just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. guy, I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. I'm just a chill guy, I just like to take it easy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy. Chill guy.
Get on the track. Our Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley relay. It's our very first one of this here at the state finals. Get a couple 200s, a 400, and an 800 to wrap it up. Again, Rockford Christian Life in lane 3, Colfax Ridgeview in 4, Palatine St. Teresa in 5, Neoga in 6. Also, ladies and gentlemen, good opportunity to remind you about my favorite track meet policy. Those of you who've been here before know exactly what it is, and it is the sit and see policy. So once again, when we all sit, we all see. So especially if you're standing towards the front of the grandstands, please make sure you take a seat so those behind you can see. We appreciate your cooperation. It's Palatine St. Teresa, I believe they're in front. Neoga in second. And this is your section 1 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. On the track, moving on to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Chicago Catherine Cook. In 2, Griggsville Perry. In 3, Peoria St. Jude. In 4, Chicago St. Josephat. In 5, Normal Epiphany. In 6, Woodhull Allwood. In 7, Carrollton. And in 8, Findlay Okaw Valley. Again, heat 2 of 3, Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley on the track now. I believe that is Chicago St. Josephat in the front. Brent Medley. Need a coach from Rantoul St. Malachy to the press box, please. A coach from Rantoul St. Malachy to the press box. Chicago St. Josephat, Normal Epiphany. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand. We're going to present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls shot put. In 8th place, with a throw of 8.53 meters from Peoria, Jasmine Zimmerman. In 7th place, with a throw of 8.65 meters from Kewanee Weathersfield, London Russell. In 6th place, with a throw of 8.74 meters from Potomac, Juliana Griffin. In 5th place, with a throw of 8.9 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Audrey Ernest. In 4th place, with a throw of 8.91 meters from Peoria, Ramaya Pirtle. In 3rd place, with a throw of 9.03 meters from Los Antonica, Ziva Zachary. In 2nd place, with a throw of 9.35 meters from Millbrook, Nora Colbarts. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls shot put, with a state-winning throw of 9.67 meters from Findlay, Okaw Valley, Ava McQuilling. On the track now, we have heat 3 of 3. The Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Milford in lane 2, LaSalle in lane 3, Kewanee Weathersfield in 4, Bradford in 5, Pekin Rankin in 6, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln in 7, Ottawa Wallace, and in lane 8, Royal Prairie View Ogden. And that's heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Out in front here, Kewanee Weathersfield in lane 3. Kewanee Weathersfield in front. Bradford. Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. I think that's Pekin Rankin there are your top 4. Side by side as we come into the final 400. I believe that is Bradford up front. Kewanee Weathersfield putting some distance on the rest of the field. A great 800 there. Coming across the line, that's Bradford. And Kewanee Weathersfield. Pekin Rankin. And Lincoln Chester East Lincoln, your top 4. Move on to event number 58. This is the boys 1600 sprint medley class 1A. Again, 7th grade boys class 1A 1600 sprint medley. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Springfield Christ the King. In 4, Polo Applington. In 5, Plainfield St. Mary. And in 6, Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. Get on the track here. Heat 1 of 3, Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. Springfield Christ the King, Polo Applington, Plainfield St. Mary, and Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. In that order. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul out in front. Springfield Christ the King. Polo Applington looking to make a move here. Polo Applington there in lane 4. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul in 6. Polo Applington looking for the lead at the halfway point. Polo Applington out front. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul. Springfield Christ the King. That's your top 3 there. Polo Applington there in the front, opening up quite a lead. Your race here is going to be for second, folks, in this heat. Peoria St. Vincent de Paul, Plainfield St. Mary, Springfield Christ the King. Going to turn it on there. That is on the track. Moving on to Heat 2 of 3. The Class 1A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Inverness Holy Family. In 2, Peoria St. Jude. In 3, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 4, Ottawa Wallace. In 5, Pekin Rankin. In 6, Siegel St. Michael's. In 7, Gardner. And in lane 8, Rockford Christian Life. Again, this is Heat 2 of 3. Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. See some fast racing out here in this first 200. Kewanee Weathersfield in lane 3, making some moves here early on. Looking to get that lead going into that 400. Rockford Christian Life, Peoria St. Jude. Pekin Rankin, Gardner. Kewanee Weathersfield maintaining that lead. I believe that's Rockford Christian Life behind him. I'll have to take a look here. Closing the gap just a little bit up front. No, that's Peoria St. Jude there in lane 2. Closing the gap, Kewanee Weathersfield in 3. Peoria St. Jude taking over the lead here. Once the lead at the halfway point. Take a look here, but Peoria St. Jude in front. Kewanee Weathersfield in second. As we come into the halfway point at the 800. Kewanee Weathersfield not letting him get too far away. The Peoria St. Jude there up front. Kewanee Weathersfield closing that gap just a bit. A lot of race yet to go. It might be Ottawa Wallace there in third. Race up front here is a good one. Peoria St. Jude, Kewanee Weathersfield. Peoria St. Jude, Kewanee Weathersfield, they're in front. In our final 200, Kewanee Weathersfield kind of looking around the corner here. Here we go. They're going to close the gap just a little bit as we come into the final turn. Kewanee Weathersfield, Peoria St. Jude side by side. Peoria St. Jude turning it on here just a little bit. Got a little more gas in the tank from Peoria St. Jude. Kewanee Weathersfield hold it in there. But Peoria St. Jude takes off in the final 150, crosses that line first. Before we begin our next heat, we'll turn our attention back to the award stand here. All right. I believe this is, Jonathan, give me a thumbs up here, the Class 1A 8th grade boys discus throw, correct? Correct. All right. This is the Class 1A 8th grade boys discus throw in 8th place with a throw of 38.23 meters from Griggsville, Perry, Cason, Scranton. In 7th place with a throw of 38.78 meters from Findlay, Okaw Valley, Lucas Sarver. In 6th place with a throw of 38.84 meters from Kewanee Weathersfield, Colton Bivens. In 5th place with a throw of 39.67 meters from Greenview, Caleb Huddleston. In 4th place with a throw of 41.43 meters from Anawan, Keaton Matney. In 3rd place with a throw of 41.77 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Ben Walk. In 2nd place with a throw of 43 meters even from Greenfield, Landon Albrecht. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys discus throw with a winning throw of 45.2 meters from Carrollton St. John, Blake Schmidt. On the track, we're moving on to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, River Forest St. Luke. In 2, Low Point Washburn. In 3, Crispin Scotland. In 4, Kinderhook Western. In 5, Jerseyville St. Francis. In 6, Low Stunt Tonica. In 7, Danville Schlarman. And in lane 8, Royal Prairie View Ogden. Kinderhook Western in lane 4 in this heat 3 of 3. Jerseyville St. Francis in 5. Your top 2 there. Kinderhook Western, Jerseyville St. Francis in lane 4 and 5. Kinderhook Western there in the red. Jerseyville St. Francis in lane 5. Kinderhook Western first to the exchange at the halfway point. I believe that's Chrisman Scotland making a pass there for second. Kinderhook Western still in front. Again, this is heat 3 of 3. Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. $400 yet to go. Kinderhook Western remains in front. Chrisman Scotland in second. Closing that gap just a little bit. Our final 100 here approaching. Kinderhook Western remains in front. Chrisman Scotland closing the gap here in the final 100. Is there enough track left for Chrisman Scotland? But it's Kinderhook Western remaining out front. Takes the heat unofficially. All right, let's present some more medals here before we begin our next heat. Gentlemen, step up on the award stand if you would. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's now recognize our Class 2A 7th grade boys long jump. In 8th place with a jump of 5.21 meters from Argenta Oriena, Benjamin May. In 7th place with a jump of 5.23 meters from Argenta Oriena, Carson Jorgensen. In 6th place with a jump of 5.25 meters from Riverdale, Malcolm Arzu. In 5th place with a jump of 5.31 meters from Chicago Old St. Mary's, Mason Miller. In 4th place with a jump of 5.36 meters from Oakwood, Sayer Hinchman. In 3rd place with a jump of 5.48 meters from Peoria Heights, Rosani Page Williams. In 2nd place with a jump of 5.53 meters from Altamont, Easton Caraway. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys long jump with a winning jump of 5.72 meters from Glen Ellen Penn Peter. On the track, moving on to event number 59. This is the girls 1600 sprint medley, Class 1A, 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley, heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, River Forest St. Luke. In 4, Palatine St. Teresa. In 5, Monmouth ICS. And in lane 6, Neoga. Monmouth ICS. First to the exchange there. I think it might be River Forest St. Luke. Might have been second. It's a pretty tight race here, folks, in our heat 1 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade girls. 1600 sprint medley. Monmouth ICS up front. I believe that's River Forest St. Luke. Palatine St. Teresa. That might be your top 3 right there, but Monmouth ICS in front. Monmouth ICS in the front. River Forest St. Luke in second. Palatine St. Teresa and Neoga. That's going to be your race right there for second, because Monmouth ICS, quite a lead here. It's again Monmouth ICS out front. River Forest St. Luke. Neoga. It's Monmouth ICS crossing that line first, unofficially. Moving on the track to heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Carrollton. In lane 2, LaSalle Dimmick. In 3, Inverness Holy Family. In 4, Bartonville Monroe. In 5, Plainfield St. Mary. In 6, Mendota Holy Cross. In 7, Rossville Alvin. And in lane 8, Chrisman Scotland. Again, that's heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Once again, Carrollton in lane 1, LaSalle Dimmick in 2, Inverness Holy Family 3, Bartonville Monroe at 4, Plainfield St. Mary in 5, Mendota Holy Cross 6, Rossville Alvin 7, Crispin Scotland in lane 8. This heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley. Plainfield St. Mary there in lane 5. Carrollton in lane 1. And Rossville Alvin there in lane 7. That is lane 5, Plainfield St. Mary, first to the final exchange. I believe that's Carrollton in second. Once again, coaches and athletes, please make sure you are watching the results sheets for the times you need to report to awards. Once the results are posted, please go make your way down to the awards area so we can hand out medals on a timely manner and also keep our events running smoothly. So once again, once the results are posted, please head down to the awards area if you are in the top 8 or you're on one of those teams. Thank you. Plainfield St. Mary well up front here. Behind her, I believe that's Rossville Alvin. All right, on the track, moving on to heat number 3 of 3 for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 2, Danville Schlarman. In 3, Newark Lisbon. In 4, Pekin Rankin. In 5, Jacksonville. In 6, Kelowna. In 7, Peoria St. Jude. And in 8, Hartsburg Emden. Again, heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. All right, before we start this next heat, let's turn our attention to the awards stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 5:02:06, Normal Epiphany. In 7th with a time of 5 minutes .74, Milford. In 6th place with a time of 4:58:23, Chicago St. Josephat. In 5th place with a time of 4:58:01, Ottawa Wallace. In 4th place with a time of 4:57:22, Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In 3rd place with a time of 4:52:54, Pekin Rankin. In 2nd place with a time of 4:46:99, Kewanee Weathersfield. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A 7th grade champion in the girls 1600 sprint medley with a state winning time of 4:39:59, Bradford. It's again heat 3 of 3, Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Newark Lisbon there in lane 3 might have been first to that handoff. Yeah, Pekin Rankin in 4, Jacksonville in 5, Kelowna in 6, Peoria St. Jude in 7, Hartsburg Emden in 8, Morton Blessed Sacrament is there in 1, Danville Schlarman in 2. Newark Lisbon there in lane 3 wants to be first to the handoff here at the halfway point. Jacksonville in lane 5. Peoria St. Jude in 7. Newark Lisbon still out front. Jacksonville, Peoria St. Jude. Your top 3. Peoria St. Jude, Jacksonville, Newark Lisbon. Your top 3 in that order. Peoria St. Jude crossing that line first, I believe. Once again, teams, coaches, as a reminder, if your results sheet has been posted and there is an awards time on that sheet, and there is on every results sheet, if you are top 8, please make sure you are reporting to awards immediately. Once again, if you are top 8 on those results sheet, please report to awards immediately. We thank you for your cooperation there. On the track, we're going to move on to event number 60. This is the boys 1600 sprint medley. Class 1A, and that's the 8th grade boys. On this one, here we go. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 3, Hartsburg-Emden. In 4, Elmhurst Visitation. In 5, Chicago St. Eugene. And in lane 6, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. Again, Heat 1 of 3, Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. Hartsburg Ebden there in lane 3. Chicago St. Eugene in lane 5. Those handoffs very critical. Hartsburg Emden in lane 3. They're in the lead at the moment. Again, Elmhurst Visitation in 4, Chicago St. Eugene in 5, Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell in 6. Hartsburg Emden in the lead. Chicago's St. Eugene. An Elmhurst Visitation. All right there. In Hartsburg Emden. Hartsburg Emden crossing that line first. Chicago St. Eugene. Elmhurst Visitation there, your top 3. On the track now, moving on to Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 1600 Sprint Medley. In lane 1, Rockford Christian Life. In 2, Normal Epiphany. In 3, Inverness Holy Family. In 4, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 5, LaSalle. In 6, Royal Prairie View Ogden. In 7, Peoria St. Jude. And in 8, Woodhull Allwood. Again, that's Heat 2 of 3. Class 1A 8th grade boys 1600 Sprint Medley. Again, this is heat 2 of 3. Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley on the track. Tight exchange there. Peoria St. Jude, Marseilles Milton Pope. Lane 7, lane 4. Tight race here. That's Peoria St. Jude crossing that line first. Marseilles Milton Pope, Inverness Holy Family, your top 3 in that heat 2 of 3. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:38.84, Danville Schlarman. In 7th place with a time of 4:37.95, Ottawa Wallace. In 6th place with a time of 4:37.06, Pekin Rankin. In fifth place with a time of 4:36.43, Low Point Washburn. In fourth place with a time of 4:27.15, Chrisman, Scotland. In third place with a time of 4:27, Kewanee, Wethersfield. In second place with a time of 4:25.87, Kinderhook, Western. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley with a winning time of 4:24.90, Peoria St. Jude. On the track, we're going to move on to Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Champaign Holy Cross. In 2, Findlay Okaw Valley. In 3, Kewanee Wethersfield. In 4, Polo Applington. In 5, Danville Schlarman. In 6, Griggsville Perry. In 7, Bartonville Monroe. And in lane 8, Hamilton. Once again, just to emphasize, in case you missed it, the Class 1A 8th grade girls long jumpers top 8. Please report to awards immediately. Kewanee Wethersfield there in lane 3. Will be first to the handoff. Hamilton out on the outside lane there as well. Bartonville Monroe there in lane 7. Kewanee Wethersfield in 3. Kewanee Wethersfield first to that handoff. Bartonville Monroe. Griggsville Perry there as well. Danville Schlarman. I think those are your top 4. Danville Schlarman, Bartonville Monroe, Kewanee Wethersfield, Griggsville Perry. Those are your top 4. Polo Applington there looking for 4th. In Grays Lake Prairie Crossing in lane 3, Dwight in 4, Orland Park St. Michael in 5, Aurora Holy Angels in 6. Again, looking for Haley Hood from Hampton to report to awards immediately if you haven't already. Again, award winners for the Class 2A 7th grade girls pole vault, Class 2A 7th grade boys high jump, Class 1A 7th grade girls long jump, the Class 2A 8th grade boys long jump, and the Class 1A. Orland Park St. Michael up front. Aurora Holy Angels, Dwight. Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. And this is heat 1 of 3. Class 2A 7th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley. Orland Park St. Michael crossing that line first. Dwight, Aurora Holy Angels, Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls long jump. In 8th place, with a jump of 4.41 meters from Hampton, Haley Hood. In 7th place, with a jump of 4.51 meters from Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Chloe Brester. In 6th place, with a jump of 4.53 meters from Henry Senechwine, Jordan Rowe. In 5th place, with a jump of 4.53 meters from Cordell, Riley Eggenberger. In 4th place, with a jump of 4.61 meters from Chicago St. Eugene, Abigail Pezdek. In 3rd place, with a jump of 4.74 meters from Rantoul St. Malachy, Blake Bryan. In 2nd place, with a jump of 4.92 meters from Colfax Ridgeview, Evangeline Helmig. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls long jump with a winning jump of 5.04 meters from Washington St. Patrick's, Sadie Gorsage. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Fox River Grove. In lane 2, Toledo Cumberland. In lane 3, Colchester West Prairie. In lane 4, Brimfield. In lane 5, East St. Louis Young. In 6, Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 7, Brownstown. And in lane 8, Roanoke Benson. Again, Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Brownstown there in lane 7. First to that handoff. Toledo Cumberland. Fox River Grove. Top 3, Roanoke Benson. Also up there as well. Closing the gap here on the front stretch. That's Brimfield crossing that line first. Toledo Cumberland, again, closing that gap at the end, just not enough track left. Crossing that line in second, Fox River Grove and Brownstown, your top four. All right, ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys high jump. In 8th place with a jump of 1.5 meters from Kankakee, Devin Williams. We had a three-way tie for 5th place here, so getting that tie for 5th place with a jump of 1.5 meters from Nauvoo-Calusa, Milo Mitchell. Also with 1.5 meters from Prophetstown, Hayden Bryan. And also in 5th place with a jump of 1.5 meters from Table Grove, Jace Danner. In 4th place with a jump of 1.56 meters from Normal Metcalf, Bowen Inch. We had a tie for 2nd place with a jump of 1.56 meters from Wonder Lake, Mason Traharn. And also in 2nd place with a jump of 1.56 meters from Glassford, Archer Johnson. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys high jump with a winning jump of 1.62 meters from Stewartson Strasburg, Reed Antrim. On the track now, we have Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, LaGrange St. Francis. In lane 2, Manlius Bureau Valley. In lane 3, Champaign St. Matthew. In 4, Mount Olive. In 5, Carthage. In 6, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 7, Bismarck Kenning. And in 8, Toulon Stark County. Once again, Heat 3 of 3, Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Your attention, please. Danny and Jill Kane with license plate KANE 74, a maroon Expedition. We need you to report to your car immediately. Once again, Danny and Jill Kane, the maroon Expedition, license plate KANE 74. Please report to your car immediately. Champaign St. Matthew in front there. Manlius Bureau Valley. I believe Bismarck Henning might be up there as well. We'll take a look. Champaign St. Matthew crossing that line first. Manlius Bureau Valley. I believe Carthage was up there as well. We'll have to double check everything here as our runners finish. All right, before we start our next heat, we're going to do 2 sets of awards here, but a quick reminder before we do that. As a reminder, no noise-making devices, including bullhorns, are allowed here. So again, no noise-making devices or bullhorns allowed here at the state meet. We thank you for your cooperation with that. All right, let's turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls pole vault. In 6th place, with a vault of 2.06 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Adeline King. In 5th place, with a vault of 2.06 meters from Erie, Quinn Temple. In 4th place, with a vault of 2.22 meters from Toledo, Cumberland, Leah McMeechan. In 3rd, with a vault of 2.3 meters from New Berlin, Maven Berger. In 2nd, with a vault of 2.46 meters from Normal Metcalf, Eiley McClellan. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls pole vault with a winning vault of 2.46 meters from Erie, Casey Temple. We'll keep our attention on the awards stand here. We're going to present one more set of medals, recognize our athletes for some great competition here this weekend. Love this medley relay. It's been pretty exciting races here as we see all our runners compete in their best events here in this medley relay. Okay, here we go. We're going to keep our attention on the medal stand and present our top 8 medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:53.52, Kelowna. In 7th place with a time of 4:52, Rossville Alvin. In 6th place with a time of 4:51.66, Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 5th place with a time of 4:47.36, Pekin Rankin. In 4th place with a time of 4:45.07, Newark Lisbon. In 3rd place with a time of 4:41.84, Jacksonville. In 2nd place with a time of 4:39.59, Plainfield St. Mary. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley champions with a state winning time of 4:35.08, Peoria St. Jude. And on the track, we have our Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Orland Park St. Michael. In 4, Bushnell Prairie City. In 5, Wadsworth St. Patrick. And in 6, Lockport Kelvin Grove. Again, heat 1 of 3. Orland Park St. Michael, Wadsworth St. Patrick, side by side at the halfway point. I believe that's Orland Park St. Michael in front now. Bushnell Prairie City closing in there. Your top three. Bushnell Prairie City, Orland Park St. Michael. Orland Park St. Michael crossing that line first. Bushnell Prairie City. And Wadsworth St. Patrick, your top three. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade boys long jump. In 8th place with a jump of 5.54 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Hunter Thompson. In 7th place with a jump of 5.54 meters from Knoxville, Briar Smith. In 6th place with a jump of 5.56 meters from Roanoke Benson, Henry Moore. In 5th place with a jump of 5.58 meters from Wonder Lake, Christian Dagans. In 4th place with a jump of 5.6 meters from Bloomington, Will Rogucki. In 3rd place with a jump of 5.64 meters from Naperville, Drew Benton. In 2nd place with a jump of 5.75 meters from Brownstown, Tanner Miller. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys long jump with a winning jump of 5.76 meters from Kinmundi Southwestern, Jordan Smith. On the track now, we have Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Springfield Blessed Sacrament. In 2, Waterman Indian Creek. In lane 3, Glassford Illini Bluffs. In 4, Chicago St. Clement. In 5, Whitehall North Green. In 6, Evanston. In 7, Elmwood. And in lane 8, Springfield Christian. Again, that is Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. Top 8 finishers of the following events need to report to awards. Class 1A 7th grade boys shot put. Class 1A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley teams. And the top 8 Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley teams all need to report to awards. Whitehall North Green. First to the handoff here at the halfway point. Waterman Indian Creek and Glassford Illini Bluffs, your top 3. Whitehall North Green, Glassford Illini Bluffs, Waterman Indian Creek, your top 3. You race here maybe is for 4th, Chicago St. Clement and Elmwood. Whitehall North Green. Crossing that line first, Glassford Illini Bluffs and Waterman Indian Creek, your top 4. On the track, moving on to Heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In lane 1, Altamont. In lane 2, Lena Winslow. In lane 3, Grace Lake Prairie Crossing. In lane 4, Hayworth. In lane 5, Normal Metcalf. In lane 6, Forreston. In lane 7, KZ Westfield. And in lane 8, Salmonok. Quick moment of recognition here for our awards team. Lots of folks down there that you don't see very much. So thanks also, a special thanks to Greg Peterson, Amy Mayer, and Ken Anderson for helping us out in the awards area. We really appreciate that. Also, Sally, Amanda, and Jonathan down there do a fantastic job. So thank you to the awards team for everything you are doing. We appreciate you and our volunteers down there. Once again, this is Heat 3 of 3. 2A, 7th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. Stormal Metcalf there in lane 5. Altamont on the inside in lane 1. Might be Hayworth in there as well. Maybe your top 3. Not for long, though. Pretty tight race here. Heat 3 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. Metcalf, Hayworth, Altamont, Somonok. All up there towards the front. Another lead change here. Somonok coming out of lane 8, but it's not done yet, folks. Here's an exciting race here at the finish. Somonok in the front. I see Altamont up there as well. Metcalf as well. Let's see as they cross the line. What a race, especially from Somonok coming from lane 8 to start. Altamont, normal Metcalf, your top 3. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 10.76 meters from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Ethan Haberland. In 7th place with a throw of 10.87 meters from Low Point Washburn, Dominic Larimer. In 6th place with a throw of 10.91 meters from Springfield Calvary, Camden McConnell. In 5th place with a throw of 10.95 meters from Malden, Jace Perez. In 4th place with a throw of 11.51 meters from Rossville Alvin, Grayson Daniel. In 3rd place with a throw of 12.17 meters from Milledgeville, Keegan Livingood. In 2nd place with a throw of 12.70 meters from Carrollton St. John, Justin Lake. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys shot put with a state-winning throw of 13.18 meters from Peoria Christian, Dennis Bowe. On the track, moving on to event number 119. This is the Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley, heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Arcola. In lane 4, Mount Prospect St. Raymond. In 5, Orland Park St. Michael. And in lane 6, Fox Lake Stanton. Again, heat 1 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. Arcola, Mount Prospect, St. Raymond, Orland Park, St. Michael as well. It's a tight race, folks, here, back and forth as we get into the final 150. Arcola and Mount Prospect, St. Raymond, I believe. Back and forth. Orland Park, St. Michael up there as well. Gonna cross at the finish line. What a great finish. Gutsy performance there. Arcola crossing that line first, I believe. We'll double check. Back on the track, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley, heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Springfield Christian. In lane 2, Table Grove. In lane 3, Liberty. In lane 4, Cambridge. In lane 5, Normal Metcalf. In lane 6, Seneca. In lane 7, Summonock. And in lane 8, Hayworth. Hayworth and Somonak both up there, as well as Normal Metcalf in this heat 2 of 3. Get into our second half here. We're going to mix things up just a bit on the backstretch. Top 3, Cambridge, Normal Metcalf, and Hayworth. And this is heat 2 of 3. Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley. Cambridge crossing that line first. Metcalf. Both put some distance on the field, but crossing in third. It is Seneca and Liberty, your top 4. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to turn our attention to the award stand here for a couple sets of medals. We're going to do 2 of them here before we begin our next heat. This one is for the Class 1A, 8th grade boys, 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:18:23, Kewanee Weathersfield. In 7th place with a time of 4:15:51, Bartonville Monroe. In 6th place with a time of 4:13:57, Inverness Holy Family. In 5th place with a time of 4:13:06, Marseilles Milton Pope. In 4th place with a time of 4:12:30, Griggsville Perry. In 3rd place with a time of 4:12:17, Polo Applington. In 2nd place with a time of 4:11:68, Peoria St. Jude. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley with a state winning time of 4:06:89, Danville Schlarman. Once again, we'll hand out one more set of medals here before we begin our next heat. And that heat will be heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint relay. We'll do that set of awards here after this heat. We'll recognize the girls there. But right now, we have on the track Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley. This is our heat 3 of 3 here. In lane 1, Springfield Blessed Sacrament. In 2, Manlius Bureau Valley. In 3, Brimfield. In 4, Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 5, Downers Grove St. Mary. In 6, Evanston. In lane 7, Lena Winslow. And in lane 8, Effingham St. Anthony. Again, this is heat 3 of 3. Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 1600 sprint medley. Ladies and gentlemen, as a reminder, do not forget about my favorite rule at the state track meet, and that is the sit and see policy. You should know it by now. So once again, please take a seat especially if you are in the front so others behind you can see. Also allows our live stream to work correctly. So please take a seat if you are in the front so those behind you that can see and our live stream can work correctly. That'd be nice for those watching from home. Thank you. Glen Ellen St. Petronil coming into that final 400 out front. Downers Grove in second. Brimfield and Effingham St. Anthony is your top 4. But Glen Ellen St. Petronil opens up quite a bit of lead here. Your race here is for second place, folks. Glen Ellen St. Petronil in front. But for second place, we got a side-by-side finish here in the final 100. That's Downers Grove St. Mary and Brimfield side-by-side. Again, Glen Ellen St. Petronil, I believe, crossed that line first. I believe we had a pass there in the final 150 or so. Brimfield and Downers Grove St. Mary, your top 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:54.84, Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 7th place with a time of 4:53.36, LaGrange St. Francis. In 6th place with a time of 4:48.66, Toledo Cumberland. In 5th place with a time of 4:47.79, Brimfield. In 4th place with a time of 4:46.18, Bismarck Henning. In 3rd place with a time of 4:45.73, Carthage. In 2nd place with a time of 4:44.94, Manly Espiro Valley. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 1600 sprint medley with a state winning time of 4:41.44, Champaign St. Matthew. On the track, we are moving on to our Class 2A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley, our last sprint medley event of the day. 3 heats of this event. In lane 1 for heat 1, New Berlin. In lane 3, in lane 4, Wadsworth St. Patrick. Lane 4, Louisville North Clay. And in 6, Aurora Holy Angels. New Berlin out front. Louisville North Clay are your top two. Again, as a reminder for your field events, shot put and discus throwers, do not bring your own implements to those areas. Again, we provide the shot put and the discus here at the state meet, so please do not bring your own instruments to those event venues. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 3, the Class 2A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley in Lane 1, Niles Northridge. In 2, Pingree Grove Cambridge Lakes. In 3, Mount Sterling, Brown County. In 4, Sparland, Midland. In 5, Roanoke, Benson. In 6, Manlius, Bureau Valley. In 7, Carthage. And in 8, Orland Park, St. Michael. Again, on the track, Heat 2 of 3, Class 2A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. Manlius Bureau Valley. Out of lane 6 up front. Our race here is going to be for second place, but Mount Sterling Brown County in front. I believe that's still Manlius Bureau Valley and Sparland Midland there side by side, coming around the final turn, folks. But we got Mount Sterling Brown County in front. Again, this race is for second. Sparland Midland. That's Mount Sterling Brown County crossing that line first. Manlius Bureau Valley and Sparland Midland. Great final 400 there. By the way, the hurdle movers, those that are going to move the hurdles, could please report to the track. We'd appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:32.47, Whitehall North Green. In 7th place with a time of 4:31.46, Hayworth. In 6th place with a time of 4:30.51, Casey Westfield. In 5th place with a time of 4:27.83, Grayslake Prairie Crossing. In 4th place with a time of 4:27.28, Forested. In 3rd place with a time of 4:26.28, Normal Metcalf. In 2nd place with a time of 4:26.21, Altamont. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 1600 sprint medley with a state winning time of 4:25.26, Salmonok. On the track, we're moving on to heat 3 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 1600 meter run medley relay. In lane 1, Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 2, Brimfield. In 3, Stewart's and Strasburg. In 4, Springfield Christian. In 5, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 6, Mount Pulaski. 7, Watseka. And 8, Dakota. Springfield Christian crossing that line first. Stewartson, Strasburg, and Dakota, your top three. All right, on the track, we're going to move on to our hurdles prelims events here. And we'll start with our Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. So the 8 will advance to finals here later this evening. Top 1 in each heat plus the next 6 best times are what will advance. And we'll have 2 heats of this event. Get the hurdles set here, and then we'll announce that heat. So again, these are the prelims. We'll do prelims for hurdles and for the 100-meter. And then we'll have finals for each of those later on this evening. Once again, here on the track, we're going to move on to our hurdles prelims. We'll start with our Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. And we'll have our finals later on this evening. Top 8 will, or sorry, not top 8, but 8 will advance. Top 1 in each heat, plus the next 6 best times will advance to finals later on this evening. Need a coach from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, and Stewardson, Strasburg, a coach, to please report to the press box. Again, we're going to move on here to our Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. Top one in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals later on this evening. We'll announce this first heat so they can start when they're ready. So heat 1 of 2 in lane 2, Renaya Thompson from Peoria Pleasant Valley. In 3, Kylie Luo from Inverness Holy Family. In 4, Honer Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek. In 5, Willow Harris from Palmyra Northwestern. In lane 6, Ava Cummerly from Danville Schlarman. In lane 7, Averlyn Wasnonis from Plainfield St. Mary. Lane 2, Audrina Wilson from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. Lane 3, Quincy Taylor from Neoga. In 4, Sophia Northrup from Peoria Limestone Walters. In 5, Lila Carlson from Newark Lisbon. In 6, Violet Walk from Siegel St. Michael's. And in 7, Harper Lannon from Ladd. And your unofficial winner here, Sophia Northrup from Peoria Limestone Walters. Again, top finisher in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals. Moving on now to the girls 100-meter hurdles class 1A 8th grade prelims. Again, top 1 in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals. In heat 1 of 2, in lane 1, Trinity Frawley from Henry Senechwine. In lane 2, Micaiah Lowe from Inverness Holy Family. In 3, Nora Ryan from Peoria Limestone Walters. In lane 4, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. In lane 5, Charlie Suits from Royal Prairie View Ogden. In lane 6, Lindsay Spiker from Newton St. Thomas. And in lane 7, Elizabeth Sellers from Galva.
On your marks. Set.
Again, this is heat 1 of 2, 8th grade 1A girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. Side by side, your unofficial winner, Charlie Suits from Royal Prairie View Ogden. Heat 2 of 2 in lane 1, Paisley Stewart from Springfield Little Flower. In 2, Ariana Watson from Rossville Alvin. In 3, Emmy Moore from Ottawa Wallace. In 4, Blake Bryan from Rantoul St. Malachy. In 5, Natalie Moriarty from Lowston Tonica. In lane 6, Rosemary Kozowski from Chicago Queen of Angels. And in 7, Aniston Swicegood from Hamilton. Natalie Moriarty from Lowston Tonica unofficially takes that heat. Moving on now to the Class 2A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, Sammy Bast from Lanark Eastland. In lane 3, Jenna Wilhauer from Brownstown. In lane 4, Lola Jenkins from Springfield Christian. In lane 5, Rin Kustuk from Evanston. In lane 6, Addison Abel from Peoria Heights. And in 7, Tegan Barger from Hayworth. Once again, heat 1 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 100-meter hurdles prelims. Oh, it was too close to call from up here. Nice race. Moving on now to heat 2 of 3. In lane 2, Parker Jacqua from Nauvoo-Calusa. In lane 3, Brielle Fries from New Stewart's in Strasburg. In 4, Zoe Cordell from Springfield Christian. In lane 5, Hallie Harris from Waverly. In 6, Charlie Dennis from Paris Crestwood. In 7, Nora Rona from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Your unofficial winner there, Parker Jacqua from Nauvoo-Calusa out of lane 2. And heat 3 of 3, again, top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times advance to finals. But heat 3 of 3 here for the prelims. In lane 2, Elizabeth McMahon from Lexington. In lane 3, Rhea Pierce from Altamont. In 4, Maeve Nieberge from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 5, Gracelyn Payne from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 6, Harlow Bourne from Assumption Central A&M. And in lane 7, Avery Schumacher from Orland Park, St. Michael. And this is heat 3 of 3. These prelims. Your unofficial winner there, Rhea Pierce, out of lane 3 from Altamont. Unofficial winner. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, AJ Griffin from Havana. In 2, Millie Maynard from Winchester. In 4, Peyton Blue from Carthage. In 5, Carissa Bogot from Rock Falls St. Andrew. And in 6, Lily Trumpeter from Sidell Salt Fork. Once again, this is heat 1 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles. Top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Unofficial winner there, Peyton Blue out of lane 4 from Carthage. All right, before we run this next heat, we're going to hand out some awards. So let's turn our attention to the medal stand as we recognize our Class 2A 7th grade girls long jumpers. We had a tie for 8th place, both with a jump of 4.35 meters. First from Chicago St. Andrew, Claire Picorni. Also in 8th place with a jump of 4.35 meters from Kimundi, Mariah Logston. In 7th place with a jump of 4.39 meters from Altamont, Rhea Pierce. In 6th place with a jump of 4.41 meters from Altamont, Emerson Kunstler. In 5th place with a jump of 4.43 meters from Chicago, Libella Villar Alardi. In 4th with a jump of 4.44 meters from Bloomington Corpus Christi, Berlin Rewerts. In 3rd with a jump of 4.66 meters from New Berlin, Cora Nims. In 2nd place with a jump of 4.68 meters from Rock Falls, Anna Partington. And your 2026 Class 2A 7th grade girls long jump champion with a jump of 5.14 meters from Kankakee, Jordan Lewis. Moving on now to Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles prelims. In lane 2, Ava Kaufman from Washington Beverly Manor. In lane 3, Campbell Tubbs from Leroy. In lane 4, Alex Stolitz from Normal Metcalf. In lane 5, Ellie Kilbrew from Springfield Christian. In lane 6, Macy Buckley from Manulus Bureau Valley. And in lane 7, Ann-Lee Grindren from KZ Westfield. Again, this is Heat 2 of 3. Your unofficial winner of this heat, Alex Stolitz from Normal Metcalf. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 2, Nina Klauser from Lockport Kelvin Grove. In lane 3, Sammy Trost from Hayworth. In lane 4, Adelaide Bedford from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In lane 5, Rosie Maurer from Springfield Christian. In lane 6, Nyla Jackson from Schaumburg Christian. In lane 7, Mia Evans from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. And on the track, Heat 3 of 3 of the prelims here for the 2A 8th grade girls. Top one in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. Unofficially, Adelaide Bedford from Kankakee Bishop McNamara crossing that line first. All right, we're going to direct our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:49.05, Lena Winslow. In 7th place with a time of 4:45.69, Manlius Bureau Valley. In 6th with a time of 4:42.63, Normal Metcalf. In 5th with a time of 4:41.51, Effingham St. Anthony. In fourth with a time of 4:37.53, Cambridge. In third with a time of 4:32.04, Downers Grove, St. Mary. In second with a time of 4:31.17, Brimfield. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 1600 sprint medley with a state winning time of 4:25.22, Glen Ellen St. Petronil.
Let me know if and when you switch to my cam, the FX3.
Step on them. Not yet, boys. Don't come out. That pushes these spikes into the ground and it holds it from moving. If you don't need blocks, you're going to listen back and stay in there. But as soon as you have your steps, put it in there. Stuff on the top pad and the two side pads, that will hold it. Does everyone understand?
Okay, let's sing. It's time to start. Two hurdles, no more. Come back and stand at your block.
All right, please direct your attention back to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 2A 8th grade girls shot put. In 8th place with a throw of 8.6 meters from Kankakee, Paisley Boos. In 7th place with a throw of 8.61 meters from Bushdale Prairie City, Hazel Farwell. In 6th with a throw of 8.92 meters from Villa Grove, Sylvia Thompson Burton. In 5th with a throw of 9.13 meters from Springfield Christian, Victoria's Comalife. In 4th with a throw of 9.15 meters from Oakwood, Leah Nickerson. In 3rd with a throw of 9.27 meters from Oakwood, Haley Hahn. In 2nd with a throw of 9.31 meters from Joliet Laraway, Mariah Woods. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls shot put with a winning throw of 9.57 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Genevieve Ware. On the track, moving on now to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. Top one in each heat plus next 6 best times advance. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 2, Dylan Grozbowski from LaSalle. In lane 3, Jacob Tunget from Pekin Rankin. In lane 4, Joey Cruz Busio from Normal Epiphany. In lane 5, Garrett Twitchell from Greenfield. In lane 6, Kyle Johnson from Meridosia Chambersburg. In lane 7, John Gibbs from Lyle St. Joan of Arc.
Gentlemen, listen. Okay, finals are tonight. Okay, so please, before you leave, make sure you check and know if you made finals tonight. If not, okay. All right. So it's top in the heat and however many after that. But make sure that you check before you leave the facility. Make sure you didn't make finals. Okay, it'll be posted on the board behind the scenes. All right, gentlemen. On your marks. Set. Guys, concentrate on your yelling. On your marks. Set.
And this is heat 1 of 2. Top 1 in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Your unofficial winner out of lane 4, Joey Cruz Bucio from Normal Epiphany. Heat 2 of 2 in lane 2, Joey Miller from Antioch Emmons. In 3, Jax Williams from Galva. In lane 4, David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross. In lane 5, Zeus Cabrera from Springfield St. Agnes. In lane 6, Chase Rafe from Ladd. And lane 7, Kale Ladd from Donovan.
On your marks. Set.
And this is heat 2 of 2 of prelims. Here for the Class 1A 7th grade boys, 110-meter hurdles. Top finisher advances plus next 6 best times to finals later this evening. David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross, your unofficial winner of that heat. Moving on now to the Class 1A 8th grade boys, 110-meter hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals. Heat 1 of 2. In lane 2, Anthony Maple Martin from Peoria Norwood. In lane 3, Zane Picado from Grand Ridge. In lane 4, Clinton Dowlin from Greenfield. In 5, Asher Craig from Normal Epiphany. In lane 6, Carlos Azevdo from Chicago St. Edward.
On your marks. Set.
Unofficially, Clinton Dowlin from Greenfield, your winner of that heat. Before we move on to this next heat, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley. In 8th place with a time of 4:12:59, Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 7th with a time of 4:09:84, New Berlin. In 6th with a time of 4:09:21, Watseka. In 5th with a time of 4:07:04, Mount Pulaski. In 4th with a time of 4:06:82, Mount Sterling, Brown County. In 3rd with a time of 4:05:45, Brimfield. In 2nd with a time of 4:01:91, Dakota. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 1600 sprint medley with a winning time of 3:55:27, Springfield Christian. On the track, moving on to heat 2 of 2 of the Class 1A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. In lane 2, Elijah Brown from Danville Schlarman. In lane 3, Rowan Kotak from Inverness Holy Family. In lane 4, Colby Bowman from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In lane 5, Gage Noren from Neoga. In lane 6, Cashton Johnson from Milledgeville, Chadwick.
Set.
Once again, remember, top 1 in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals. Going all out there on the track. Colby Bowman, though, from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, unofficially takes that heat. Now on the track, we have the Class 2A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, Elijah Rodefer from Bushnell Prairie City. In 3, Carter Goss from Toledo Cumberland. In 4, Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 5, Peyton Frank from Moments. In lane 6, TJ Cox from Decatur, Our Lady of Lourdes.
On your marks. Set.
And this is heat 1 of 3. 2A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. Mason Miller out of lane 4 from Chicago Old St. Mary's unofficially takes that heat. Heat 2 in lane 2. Sean Love from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. In 3, Joseph Coulter from Elmwood. In lane 4, Carson Jorgensen from Argento Oriena. In lane 5, Gunnar Meinhardt from Brownstown. In lane 6, Jet Ponzetti from Spring Valley Kennedy. In 7, Jackson Herbert from Orland Park, St. Michael. Need a coach from Toledo Cumberland to the press box, please. Coach from Toledo Cumberland to the press box.
On your marks. Set.
Once again, this is heat 2 of 3. Top finisher here in this heat, plus next 5 best times overall, advance to finals. Unofficially out of lane 4, Carson Jorgensen from Argenta Orienta is your winner of that heat. Again, unofficially. Heat 3 of 3 in lane 2, Terrence Waits from Manlius Vero Valley. In lane 3, Leighton Palestina from Pawnee. In lane 4, Ben Garland from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 5, Colton Schmitz from Nauvoo-Calusa. In 6, Jake Schaub from Brownstown. In lane 7, Landon King from Leroy. And this is heat 3 of 3 of these prelims. Oh, unofficially, our winner might have come out of lane 5. Colton Schmitz from Nauvoo-Calusa. On the track. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. In heat 1, lane 1, Parker Dabbs from Bloomington Corpus Christi. In 2, Zayden Hart from Bushnell Prairie City. In 3, Drew Benton from Naperville St. Raphael. In 4, Wyatt Goff from Stronghurst West Central. In 5, Wayne Bruns from Winchester. In 6, Christian Dagans from Wonder Lake Harrison. And in 7, Mason Gross from Knoxville.
On your marks.
Once again, I need a coach from Toledo, Cumberland to the press box, please. A coach from Toledo, Cumberland to the press box. This is heat 1 of 3. 2A 8th grade boys. Hurdles prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance. Wyatt Goff from Stronghurst West Central unofficially takes that heat. Heat 2 of 3 in lane 1, Saxon Fleming from Chicago St. Clement. In 2, Jackson Atwater from Knoxville. In 3, Demontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington. In 4, Dakari King from Decatur Hope. In 5, Sergio Penaloza Morales from Spring Valley, Kennedy. In 6, Preston Croning from Altamont. And in 7, Danny Yamamoto from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes.
On your marks. On your marks. Set.
Once again, this is Heat 2 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles prelims. To Montre Enos from Riverdale, Washington, out of lane 3, unofficially takes the heat. In Heat 3 of 3 in lane 2, Luis Rivera from Winthrop Harbor North Point. In 3, Logan Stocks from Lena Winslow. In 4, Carson Trim from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 5, Tyson Miles from Toledo Cumberland. In lane 6, Alton Mitchell from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. And in 7, Will Dennis from Paris Crestwood.
Set.
Again, this is Heat 3 of 3. 2A, 8th boys, 110-meter hurdles prelims. And unofficially, Carson Trim from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge takes that heat. Before we begin our next heat, we'll turn our attention to the medal stand as we'll present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls pole vault. In 7th place with a vault of 1.90 meters from Danville Schlarman, Cora Sitter. In 6th place with a vault of 2.06 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Violet Walk. In 5th with a vault of 2.06 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Kinsley Kerner. In 4th with a vault of 2.22 meters from Millbrook, Mary Crow. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.38 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Gia Crockett. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.54 meters from Neoga, Nora Hartke. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls pole vault with a state-winning vault of 2.54 meters from Marseille's Malia Minks.
Garrett Twitchell from Greenfield, Gavin Cox, Carrollton St. John, Grant Cook from Earlville, report to staging and sealing. Class 2A, 7th grade girls discus, flight 1, second call.
All right, we're going to move from our hurdles. We'll have some more hurdles here later with our finals, but we're going to move on to our 100-meter dash prelims. And we'll start with the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash prelims. Again, we'll have 3 heats of this event, top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times will advance to finals later on this evening. We'll get this first heat announced here. In lane 2, Elena Flowers from Carrollton. In lane 3 is going to be Piper Craig from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In lane 4, Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King. And 5, Namine Omea Mason from Morton Blessed Sacrament. And in lane 6, Cynthia Cruz Bucio from Normal Epiphany. All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand here as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 26.63 meters from Monmouth ICS, Evie Campbell. In 7th place with a throw of 27.01 meters from Mendota Holy Cross, Linda McDonald. In 6th place with a throw of 27.22 meters from Jacksonville ISD, Celine Kuhn. In 5th place with a throw of 27.46 meters from Rantoul St. Malachi, Eleanor Hudspath. In 4th place with a throw of 27.65 meters from Cordell, Leah Smith. In 3rd place with a throw of 29.05 meters from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Joey Bear. In 2nd place with a throw of 29.39 meters from Potomac, Hadley Ackerman. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in 8th grade girls discus throw with a state-winning throw of 33.13 meters from Antioch Grace Lake, Brooklyn Michael. Again, this is our Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Unofficially, your winner out of lane 4, Mia Woods from Springfield, Christ the King. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 2, Izzy Linguinati from Chicago, Catherine Cook. In lane 3, Addie Lee Hart from East Peoria, Robine. In 4, Honor Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek. In 5, Ramaya Pirtle from Peoria Pleasant Hill. In lane 6, Hannah Decker from Streeter Woodland. And in 7, Amara Drinkall from Anawan. Again, heat 2 of 3 of these prelims. Izzy Linguinati from Chicago, Catherine Cook, unofficially your winner of that heat. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 2, Adeline Phillips from Christman, Scotland. In lane 3, Emily Van Houten from Springfield, Christ the King. In lane 4, Alexandra Miller from Dallas City. In lane 5, Charlotte Tuzinski from St. Charles, St. Patrick. In 6, Amira Spencer from Madison. And lane 7, London Linson from Ford Heights, Cottage Grove.
winner of each heat plus the next 5 fastest times. Winner of the heat is 5 fastest times. Finals are tonight. So do not leave the facility without checking the board on the back to make sure that you did or did
Manage
not
your
make
blocks
finals.
till you're ready. Let
Everyone
me
got
know you're
that?
ready.
All right.
On your marks. Set.
Heat 3 of 3 of these prelims. Side by side here at the finish. Again, top one in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. Too close to call, but maybe Alexandra Miller from Dallas City might have crossed that line first. All right, moving on now to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 100-meter dash prelims. Top one in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 2, Garrett Twitchell from Greenfield. In lane 3, Mason Jors from Peoria Christian. In lane 4, Gavin Cox from Carrollton St. John. In lane 5, Hank Witt from Jerseyville St. Francis. In lane 6, Lane Albrecht from Greenfield. And 7, Grant Cook from Earlville.
Stand ready.
Stupid.
On your marks. Set.
Once again, heat 1 of 3 here in our prelims. Gavin Cox from Carrollton St. John unofficially crossing that line first. Heat 2 in lane 2, Zach Larson from Dallas City. In lane 3, Jet Slaughter from Normal Epiphany. In lane 4, Cruz Komnick from Lincoln Chester East Lincoln. In lane 5, Darren Weeks from Peoria Pleasant Hill. In lane 6, Brett Lockhart from Oblong. And 7, Jacob Milowski from Mount Prospect St. Emily.
Stand ready. On your marks.
We'll say it Monday.
Set.
Again, this is heat 2 of 3. Unofficially, Cruz Komnick from Lincoln Chester East Lincoln takes that heat. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 2, Deonta Lynch from Fort Heights Cottage Grove. In lane 3, Elliot Covert from Dallas City. In lane 4, Noah Hayden from Payson Seymour. In lane 5, Iwanosa Ogbomo from Plainfield St. Mary. In lane 6, Gage Webb from Kinderhook Western. And in lane 7, Juan Ramos from Pearl City.
your marks. Set.
Again, your top one in each heat. Next 5 best times advance to finals. Deonta Lynch coming out of lane 2 unofficially takes that heat. Close race. Nice race. Moving on now to event number 27. This is the Class 1A 8th grade girls 100 meter dash prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 6 best times advance to finals. In lane 2, in heat 1, lane 2, Callie Rorig from Plainfield St. Mary. In 3, Evangeline Helmig from Colfax Ridgeview. In 4, Maya IESA from Newark Lisbon. In lane 5, Bliss Bear from Neoga. In 6, Callie Schreier from Milledgeville Chadwick. In 7, Elizabeth Sellers from Galva.
On your marks. Set.
Once again, top 1 in each heat, plus next 6 best times advance to finals. Unofficially there out of lane 4, Maya Lisa from Newark, Lisbon takes that heat. Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Claire Matthews from Milford. In lane 2, Archer McFeeters from Findlay, Okaw Valley. In 3, Kiera Foster from Normal Epiphany. In 4, Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament. In lane 5, Malia Bullock from Elwood. In lane 6, Evelyn Priscilla from Chicago, Queen of Angels. In 7, Zadaya Greer from Jacksonville. In lane 8, Ava Kink from Springfield, Christ the King.
All right, 2A, 7th grade boys, please listen while you're doing the kickers. There are 40
Again, do not forget about the sit and see policy, folks. If you're standing in the front, please take a seat so those behind you can see. Thank you.
On your marks. Set.
It's again heat 2 of 2 here. Great race. Winner might have been out of lane 5 there. It was Malia Bullock unofficially takes heat 2 of 2. Moving on now to our Class 1A 8th grade boys 100 meter dash prelim. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Heat 1 of 3 in lane 1. Grady Costello from Greenfield. In lane 2, Lucas Kloss from Carrollton. In lane 3, Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley. In lane 4, Dimitri Sartori from Marseilles Milton Pope. In lane 5, Joey Martin from Morris Nettle Creek. In lane 6, Paxton Westerfield from Newark Lisbon. And in lane 7, Drew Matsko from Washington St. Patrick.
ready. On your marks. Set.
Unofficially taking that heat out of lane 3, Carter Purcell from Findlay, Okaw Valley. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Caden Cheatham from Bartonville Oak Grove. In lane 2, Bram Chapman from Bloomington St. Mary's. In lane 3, Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family. In 4, Cash Olson from Gardner. In lane 5, Anthony Maple Martin from Peoria Norwood. In lane 6, Wolfie Srofek from Geneva St. Peter. In 7, Brody Glenn from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. And in 8, Braden Tibbett from Sista Park.
2A8 girls, listen. 2A8 girls, listen. There are 2 heats. There are 2 heats. There's the winner
Ready.
of each heat. And the
It's just high jump left, by the way.
to go to finals tonight.
Yep.
Winner of each heat
Stand.
6 best times. 6:59. Time to be ready.
On your marks.
Make sure if you made finals or not.
Set.
Once again, top in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. Great prelim race there. Anthony Maple Martin from Peoria Norwood unofficially takes that heat. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Patrick Connolly from Plainfield St. Mary. In lane 2, Hayes Ingram from Pekin Rankin. In 3, Paxton Strader from Peoria St. Jude. In 4, Micah Labhart from Millbrook. In 5, Zane Picado from Grand Ridge. In 6, Marvian Gilmore from Madison. In 7, Mario Mahia from Ottawa Wallace. And in lane 8, Alexander Page from Kelowna.
On your marks. Set.
Your unofficial winner of that heat coming out of lane 3, Paxton Strader from Peoria St. Jude. Time now for Class 2A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals later on this evening. In heat 1 of 3, in lane 1, Libella Villar Allard from Chicago Queen of All Saints. Lane 2, Kaisley Henderson from Paris Crestwood. In 3, Avery Skoglund from Arlington Heights St. James. In 4, London Bean from Decatur Robertson. In lane 5, Carrie Bush from Peoria Heights. In 6, Reese Bertels from Mount Olive. And in lane 7, Araya Brown from Fisher.
Stand at your blocks when you're ready.
On your marks.
Stop.
Set.
And this is heat 1 of 3. 2A 7th girls 100-meter dash prelims. Unofficially winning that heat, London Bean from Decatur Robertson out of lane 4. Heat 2 of 3. In lane 1, Lila McNeff from Mount Sterling Brown County. In 2, Lexi Nyland from Grays Lake St. Gilbert. In 3, Alana Walker from Peoria Heights. In lane 4, Vivian Pierce from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 5, Aaliyah Quinzer from Forreston. In 6, Maggie Beecher from Paris Crestwood. And in lane 7, Jordan Lewis from Kankakee Bishop McNamara.
Girls, it's safe. I'm sorry, that's my bad. Yes, go. When you're set, stand in front of them. That way we will know you are ready.
On your marks. Set.
And Jordan Lewis from Kankakee Bishop McNamara out of lane 7 unofficially takes that heat. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 2, Emmeline Buckholes from Mount Carroll, West Carroll. In lane 3, Maria Lisa from East Moline, Northeast. In lane 4, Casey Temple from Erie. In lane 5, Delilah Rogers from East St. Louis Young. In lane 6, Jacayla Campbell from Decatur Hope. In lane 7, DeAsia Washington from Joliet Laraway.
Okay, here we go, ladies.
On your marks.
Heat 3 of 3 here. In top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals this evening. Out of lane 7 again to Asia Washington from Joliet Laraway. Unofficially takes that heat. Moving on to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 100-meter dash prelims. This time top 1 in each heat plus next 4 best times advance to finals because we have 4 heats here. Heat 1 of 4. In lane 1, Daryl Steele from Elmhurst Immaculate Conception. In 2, Brooks Anderson from Rockford Christian. In lane 3, Jackson Shaw from Forreston. In lane 4, Ben Garland from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 5, Leo Curran from Spring Valley Kennedy. In 6, Jeremiah Kopkowski from South Beloit. And in lane 7, Deontay Baker from Decatur Robertson.
On your marks. Set.
Skin heat 1 of 4 here in these prelims. Unofficially out of lane 1, Daryl Steele from Elmhurst Immaculate Conception crosses that line first. Heat 2 of 4 in lane 1, Tanner West from Winona Fieldcrest. In lane 2, Daniel Rankins from Hazel Crest, Jesse White. In 3, Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning. In 4, Rosani Page Williams from Peoria Heights. In lane 5, Josiah Quates from Decatur Hope. In lane 6, Isaiah Bergeson from Forreston. And 7, Noble Otten from Durand.
Take your practice start. Let's go. Get it set. Come back and stand at your lane.
And ready. On your marks. Set.
Okay, go on up. Set your ball up. Okay.
In top 1 in each heat, plus next 4 best times advance to finals. Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning. Out of lane 3, your unofficial winner there. Heat 3 of 4. In lane 1, Isidore Gee from Joliet Laraway. In 2, Drake Madison from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 3, Easton Caraway from Altamont. In 4, Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In lane 5, Ty Hudson from Libertyville St. Joseph. In lane 6, Aiden Nicholson from Winthrop Harbor North Prairie. And in lane 7, Devin Williams from Kankakee Bishop McNamara.
Stand ready.
Stand at your box when you've done your one.
your marks. Set.
Heat 3 of 4. Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's, your unofficial winner of that heat. Heat 4 of 4. In lane 1, Braden Grisby from Whitehall North Green. In lane 2, Miles Crome from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. In lane 3, Nash Heaney from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 4, Jackson Vance from Rock Falls St. Andrew. In lane 5, Penn Peter from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. In 6, Dax Repus from Rock Falls St. Andrew. And in 7, Brody Bouthut from New Berlin.
Stand ready.
Coming across.
On your marks. Set.
And again, Penn Peter out of lane 5 from Glen Ellen St. Petronil, your unofficial winner of that heat. We're going to Class 2A 8th grade girls 100 meter dash prelims. Top 1 in each heat, plus next to 6 best times advance to finals later on this evening. Heat 1 of 2 in lane 1, Peyton Frazier from Oakwood. In lane 2, Kimura Rideout from Decatur Hope. In lane 3, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. In lane 4, Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian. In lane 5, Adelaide Bedford from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 6, Addie Blakely from Lena Winslow. In 7, Briar Cummins from Oakland Lakecrest. And in lane 8, Francesca Del Medico from Downers Grove St. Mary.
They're ready for us. On your marks.
Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian out of lane 4, your unofficial winner of that heat. Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Miley Christensen from McNabb, Putnam County. In 2, Maria Jardin from Bunker Hill, Wolf Ridge. In lane 3, Sylvie Panic from Grayslake Prairie Crossing. In lane 4, Peyton Blue from Carthage. In lane 5, Gia Schlichting from Lena Winslow. In lane 6, DeRay Lewis from Wood River Lewis and Clark. In 7, Janelle Ballard from Rockford Montessori. And in lane 8, Amelia Salgado from Evanston.
Ladies, they're ready for us. Ladies, make sure our shirts and our shorts are matching. Make sure our shirts and our shorts are touching. Thank you. Good job. On your marks.
Again, Peyton Blue from Carthage, your unofficial winner of Heat 2 of 2 there. Moving on now to the Class 2A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash prelims. Top 1 in each heat plus next 5 best times advance to finals. Heat 1 in lane 1, Hayden Vatetto from Altamont. In lane 2, Aaron Klaska from Table Grove. In lane 3, Cole Smith from Chicago Clissold. In lane 4, Max Badinger from Washington Beverly Manor. In lane 5, Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green. In lane 6, Mason Alexander from Winchester. In lane 7, Jake Brzezinski from Grayslake Prairie Crossing.
On your marks. Set.
And this is Heat 1 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash prelims. Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green, your unofficial winner. Before we move on to our next heat, let's turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade boys long jump. In 8th place with a jump of 5.48 meters from Newark, Lisbon, Mitchell Hatberg. In 7th place with a jump of 5.52 meters from Griggsville, Perry, Mason Lipkaman. In 6th place with a jump of 5.57 meters from Greenview, Case Morrow. In 5th place with a jump of 5.58 meters from Kiwani Visitation, Benji Vargas. In 4th place with a jump of 5.69 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Liam Whitney. In 3rd place with a jump of 5.87 meters from Greenfield, Clinton Boland. In 2nd place with a jump of 5.89 meters from Peoria, Norwood, Elijah Mosley. In your 2026 Class 1A 8th grade champion in the boys long jump with a state winning jump of 6.19 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Carter Purcell. On the track, moving on to Heat 2 of 3 of the Class 2A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash. In lane 1, DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington. In 2, Jack Brody from Toulon Stark County. In 3, Grant Wu from Evanston. In lane 4, Edward Bickett from Toulon Stark County. In lane 5, Andon Kochever from Prophetstown. In lane 6, Theory Pavilonis from East Moline Northeast. And in lane 7, Kendrick McGee from Rockford, Montessori. Your unofficial winner there, Andon Kochever from Prophetstown. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Alton Mitchell from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In lane 2, Kieran Bo Gronwald from Rockford Christian. In lane 3, Francois Pierre Louis from Chicago Lycée Francis. In lane 4, Liam Rowe from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 5, Joseph Bozaninga from Springfield Blessed Sacrament. In lane 6, Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf. And in lane 7, Mason Martinick from Mossville.
On your marks. Set.
In top 1 in each heat, plus next 5 best times advance to finals later this evening. Lane 6, Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf, I believe. Your unofficial winner there. All right, we're going to move on now to our 400-meter dash finals. We'll start with our Class 1A 7th grade girls 400-meter dash finals. Heat 1 of 3. In lane 3, Harper Steineck from Palatine St. Teresa. In lane 4, Vita Galdoni from Peoria Hollis. And lane 5, Bayer Inch from Kewanee Weathersfield. Again, that's Heat 1 of 3 of the Class 1A 7th grade girls 400-meter dash. Again, this is heat 1 of 3. Class 1A, 7th grade girls, 400-meter dash. Around the final turn here. Vita Galdoni from Peoria Hollis there in lane 4. Briar Ince from Kiwani Weathersfield in lane 5. Unofficially, Vita Galdoni from Peoria Hollis crosses that line first. On the track, moving on to heat 2 of 3. In lane 2, Izzy Linguinati from Chicago, Catherine Cook. In lane 3, Leah Havens from Milford. In 4, Isabella Meister from Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 5, Audrey Rywald from Ottawa Wallace. In lane 6, Addie Slagle from Gardner. And in lane 7, Kylie Monroe from Bartonville, Monroe. Again, this is heat 2 of 3, the Class 1A 7th grade girls 400-meter dash. Izzy Linguinati from Chicago, Catherine Cook there in lane 2. And unofficially takes that heat. Before we start the next heat, let's turn our attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade boys shot put. In 8th place, with a throw of 13.26 meters from Roanoke Benson, Grant Samuelson. In 7th place, with a throw of 13.53 meters from Menden Unity, Jacob Voss. In 6th place, with a throw of 14.02 meters from Decatur Hope, Caden Smith. In 5th place, with a throw of 14.52 meters from Rockford Christian, Dane Homan. In 4th place, with a throw of 14.58 meters from Stewartson Strasburg, Jacob Duncan. In 3rd place, with a throw of 14.78 meters from Fisher, Zane Stauffer. In 2nd place, with a throw of 15.12 meters from Stewartson Strasburg, Johnny Richter. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys shot put with a winning throw of 15.27 meters from Bushnell Prairie City, Zayden Hart. This is heat 3 of 3. Class 1A 7th grade girls 400 meter dash. In lane 1, Maisie Chapman from Newark, Lisbon. In lane 2, Ella Dunham from Griggsville, Perry. In lane 3, Piper Craig from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In lane 4, Isabella McNeil from Neoga. In lane 5, Ava King from Springfield Christ the King. In the lead, Ava King from Springfield Christ the King in lane 5. Coming up in lane 7, Elena Flowers from Carrollton. On the track, moving on to Class 1A 7th grade boys 400 meter dash. 2 heats of this event. In Heat 1, Lane 1, George Barron from Chicago, Catherine Cook. In 2, Liam Gross from Ottawa Wallace. In Lane 3, Gavin Groff from Springfield Christ the King. In Lane 4, Jackson Wolf from Anawan. In Lane 5, Jacob Milowkowitz from Mount Prospect St. Emily. In Lane 6, Brighton DeMarzio from Oblong. And in Lane 7, Brantley Yelton from Dallas City.
Set.
Here we go. In lane 4, Jackson Wolf, Gavin Groff. In lane 3.
No, I'm going to pick up the FX3.
Man ready. Stand. Marks. Stand up. Set.
this is heat 2 of 2, Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 400-meter dash. This is going to be a side-by-side race here coming into the final 100. Jackson Gray from Bartonville Monroe in lane 3. Parker Wiseman from Payson Seymour in lane 4. From Carrollton St. John. In lane 3, Delilah Diaz from Joliet St. Raymond. In 4, Anna Newman from Urbana University. In lane 5, Charlotte Gold from Peoria St. Jude. In lane 6, Mariana Minaric from Chicago St. Edward. And in 7, Samantha Escatal from Mendota Holy Cross. And this is heat 1 of 2. Class 1A, 8th grade girls, 400-meter dash. Anna Newman from Urbana University there in lane 4. Charlotte Gold from Peoria St. Jude in lane 5. Going to make a race of it here in the front stretch. Charlotte Gold from Peoria St. Jude. In lane 7, Blake Bryan from Rantoul St. Malachy. In lane 8, Riley Eggenberger from Cornell. Your attention, please. These following Class 2A 7th grade girls 400-meter dash runners need to report to staging immediately. Hannah Kears from Springfield Christian, Maria Lisa from East Moline Northeast, and Eliza Goldberg from Springfield Christian need to report to staging immediately. This is Class 1A, 8th grade girls 400 meter dash, heat 2 of 2. We're going to be side by side here, folks, as we come into the final 100. Kira Foster from Normal Epiphany in lane 4 has a little left in the tank there. Elizabeth Swartz from Marseille's in lane 3. That is Kira Foster from Normal Epiphany unofficially taking that heat. Moving on to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 400 meter dash. 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 3, Vincent Guerrero from Danville Schlarman. Lane 4, Chris Kenter from Effingham Sacred Heart. In lane 5, Alec Lusick from Hartsburg Emden. And in lane 6, Emmett Jeske Fuller from Chicago St. Eugene. This first heat, we're going to be side by side coming into the final 100, folks. Chris Kenter from Effingham Sacred Heart there in lane 4. Alec Lusick from Hartsburg Emden in 5. Chris Kenter from Effingham Sacred Heart crossing that line first. Heat 2 of 2. In lane 1, Gavin Rossi from Normal Epiphany. In lane 2, Gavin Nickerson from Findlay Okaw Valley. In lane 3, Liam Pine from Jacksonville Our Savior. In lane 4, Cash Olson from Gardner. In lane 5, Marvian Gilmore from Madison. In lane 6, Riker Sage from Woodhall Allwood. In lane 7, Kieran Scholl from Kelowna. And lane 8, Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family. this is heat 2 of 2. 1A, 8th grade boys, 400-meter dash. Cash Olson in lane 4 from Gardner. Dave Alcanjari on the outside there looking to spoil it.
That was a backup camera.
All right, girls, come on.
That was a back track.
Hey, right there. On your marks.
In heat 1 of 3. Class 2A, 7th grade girls, 400-meter dash. Here we go. This first heat coming around the final turn. Going to be side by side. Irene Buzik from Green Valley Midwest Central in lane 7 there.
Looks good. Finish looking.
In lane 1, Ashlyn Schneider from Fox River Grove. In 2, Hannah Kears from Springfield Christian. In lane 3, Harper Stritch from LaGrange St. Francis. In lane 4, Hattie Butterfield from Brimfield. In lane 5, Kinley Hilst from Green Valley Midwest Central. In lane 6, Bryn Weber from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 7, Araya Brown from Fisher. And in lane 8, Harper Gruning from Carthage. Again, heat 2 of 3. 2A, 7th grade girls, 400-meter dash on the track now. Hannah Kears from Springfield Christian there in lane 2. Here comes lane 4. That is Hattie Butterfield from Brimfield. Making a race of it here in the front stretch. Hattie Butterfield.
Yeah, go ahead, you can go. It don't matter.
In lane 7, Rin Kustock from Evanston. In lane 8, Delilah Barhalter from Chicago Alphonsus. And this is heat 3 of 3. 2A, 7th girls, 400-meter dash. Can't quite see the lane or the lanes yet, but I believe that's Eliza Goldberg from Springfield Christian out front there in lane 5. We'll take a look. It is Eliza Goldberg from Springfield Christian out front. Coming into the front stretch, your race is going to be for second at this point. Maria Lisa from East Moline Northeast in lane 4. On the track, we're going to move on to Class 2A, 7th grade boys 400-meter dash. We got 2 heats of this event. Heat 1, lane 1, Rishi Desai from Chicago Lycée Française. In lane 2, Ezra Purcell from Bloomington Corpus Christi. In lane 3, Colton Schmitz from Nauvoo-Calusa. In lane 4, Griffin Croning from Altamont. In lane 5, Darius Lyons from Waverly. In lane 6, Isaac Alcantara from Naperville St. Raphael. In lane 7, Briggs Doty from Manlius Bureau Valley. In lane 8, Ben Garland from Peoria St. Philomena. And on the track, heat 1 of 2. Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 400-meter dash. In the lead here, Darius Lyons from Waverly out of lane 5. Lane 2 and 3 going to make a race of it here. Ezra. Out of lane 4, unofficially takes that heat. Heat 2 of 2, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 400-meter dash. Lane 1, Drayden Graham from Mount Olive. In 2, Anthony Owen from Oakland Lake Crest. In lane 3, Jonathan Franz from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Lane 4, Nash Heaney from Effingham St. Anthony. In lane 5, Daniel Salgado from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes. 6, Charlie Derber from Seneca. In lane 7, Tanner West from Winona Fieldcrest. Lane 8, Cameron Bruick from Serena. Again, this is heat 2 of 2, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 400-meter dash. Nash Heaney from Effingham St. Anthony there in lane 4. Nash unofficially crossing that line first for heat 2 of 2. On the track, Class 2A, 8th grade girls, 400-meter dash, heat 1 of 2. In lane 2, Carissa Bogot from Rock Falls St. Andrew. In lane 3, Emily Nelson from Downers Grove St. Mary. In lane 4, Ellie Kilbrew from Springfield Christian. In lane 5, Riley Flynn from Knoxville. In lane 6, Bailey Schaefer from Seneca. In lane 7, Zeta Dudley from Macon Meridian. Once again, as a reminder, if your results sheet has been posted, please make your way to awards as quickly as you can. That'll help us keep things on track here and get all of our awards handed out here this afternoon and evening. Get on the track. Heat 1 of 2 here of the Class 2A 8th grade girls 400-meter dash. Ellie Kilbrew from Springfield Christian there in front. Riley Flynn from Knoxville there in lane 5. On the track, moving on to Heat 2 of 2, Class 2A 8th grade girls 400-meter dash. In lane 1, Addie Cooley from Leroy. In lane 2, Millie Maynard from Winchester. In lane 3, Eliana Shepard from Hayworth. In lane 4, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. In lane 5, Josie Schneider from Wilmette. In lane 6, Aniston Judd from McNabb Putnam County. In lane 7, Tessa Moko from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. And in lane 8, Zoe Fick from Aurora Holy Angels. Once again, Heat 2 of 2, Class 2A 8th grade girls 400-meter dash. Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew in lane 4 has the lead here. Josie Schneider from Wilmette in lane 5. Eliana Shepard from Hayworth in lane 3. Your unofficial winner, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. Let's recognize some more of our athletes here for their great accomplishments here today. So direct your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys discus throw. In 8th place with a throw of 30.84 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Graham High. In 7th place with a throw of 31.01 meters from Bloomington Corpus Christi, Nolan Donahue. In 6th place with a throw of 31.61 meters from Dwight Nathan Wilkie. In 5th place with a throw of 33.64 meters from Sidell Salt Fork, Grayson McKee. In 4th place with a throw of 33.99 meters from Knoxville, Michael Peterson. In 3rd place with a throw of 35.37 meters from Bunker Hill, Colby Jarman. In 2nd place with a throw of 36.96 meters from Bismarck Henning, Maddox Dew. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys discus throw with a state winning throw of 41.24 meters from KZ Westfield, Bryce DeLapp. On the track now, we have the Class 2A 8th grade boys 400-meter dash, heat 1 of 3. In lane 2, David Barter from Niles North Ridge. In lane 3, Jake Brzezinski from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. In 4, Andrew Tendrick from Princeville. In lane 5, Theory Pavlonis from East Moline Northeast. And in lane 6, Jake Moore from Riverdale, Washington. David Barter there in lane 2 from Niles Northridge. Crossing that line first, I believe. All right, please direct your attention to the award stand as we present the medals for the Class 2A 8th grade girls long jump. In 8th place, with a jump of 4.5 meters from Hayworth, Eliana Shepard. In 7th place with a jump of 4.53 meters from Mount Sterling, Lillian Metz. In 5th place with a jump of 4.62 meters from Champaign St. Malachy, Piper Grotrian. In 5th place with a jump of 4.62 meters from Aurora Holy Angels, Nora Oster. In 4th place with a jump of 4.65 meters from Grays Lake, Sylvie Panic. In 3rd place with a jump of 4.67 meters from Winona Fieldcrest, Trinity Basin. In 2nd place with a jump of 4.68 meters from Wonder Lake, Gwen Sicione. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls long jump with a state-winning jump of 5.15 meters from Carthage, Peyton Blue. On the track, we have heat 2 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade boys 400-meter dash. In lane 1, Tanner Miller from Brownstown. In lane 2, Lachlan Miller from Champaign St. Matthew. In 3, Malik Moore from East St. Louis Young. In 4, Henry Moore from Roanoke Benson. In 5, Ellis McClellan from Normal Metcalf. In lane 6, Colin Van Zant from Sparlin Midland. In lane 7, Asher Reed from Leroy. And in lane 8, Wyatt Goff from Stronghurst West Central. Looking around the corner here, the final turn on that heat. Real close here, folks. Lachlan Miller from Champaign St. Matthew in lane 2 in the lead. Malik Moore from East St. Louis Young in lane 3. Tanner Miller from Brownstown in lane 1. Your fast lanes here are on the inside for this one. Lachlan Miller from Champaign St. Matthew out of lane 2 unofficially crosses the line first. Heat 3 of 3. In lane 1, Andrew Bachmoyer from Normal Metcalf. In lane 2, Asher Brokaw from Camp Point Central. In 3, Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green. In lane 4, Adam Prumer from Stewards in Strasburg. In lane 5, Masop Adamarola from Springfield Christian. In lane 6, Brady Zinser from Brimfield. In lane 7, Evan Haskett from Leroy. And in lane 8, Brendan Clear from Bloomington Corpus Christi. Get on the track, heat 3 of 3. Class 2A 8th grade boys, 400-meter dash. It'll be tight here coming into the final 100, folks. Brady Zinzer from Brimfield there in lane 6. Brady unofficially takes heat 3 of 3. Let's turn our attention back to the medal stand. We're going to present the awards for the Class 1A 8th grade girls pole vault. We had a 3-way tie for 5th place. They're all standing there on the 5th place podium. They're trying to anyway. So our 3-way tie for 5th place, receiving 5th place medals, all with 2.14 meters. First from Siegel St. Michael's, Ruby Walk. From Ransom, Carly Taylor. And from Marseilles Milton Pope, Maddie Perino. In 4th place with a vault of 2.3 meters from Danville Schlarman, Parman Cower. In 3rd place with a vault of 2.3 meters from Siegel St. Michael's, Brianna Nieberge. In 2nd place with a vault of 2.46 meters from Neoga, Lucy Harmon. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls pole vault with a winning vault of 2.9 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Archer McFeeters. We're going to award one more set of medals here before we begin the 1,600-meter runs here, if we could. So we're going to direct our attention to the medal stand here. And we're going to present some medals here for our Class 1A 7th grade boys long jumpers. In 8th place with a jump of 4.88 meters from South Pekin, Parker Harms. In 7th place with a jump of 4.95 meters from Anawan, Jackson Wolf. In 6th place with a jump of 4.96 meters from Buffalo Grove, Daniel Fernandez. In 5th place with a jump of 5.09 meters from Piper City Tri-Point, Monty Manning. In 4th place with a jump of 5.15 meters from Greenfield, Lane Albrecht. In 3rd place with a jump of 5.19 meters from Earlville, Grant Cook. In 2nd place with a jump of 5.3 meters from Low Point Washburn, Brantley Poling. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys long jump with a state-winning jump of 5.5 meters from Payson Seymour, Parker Wiseman. All right, on the track now, we are moving into the 1,600-meter runs here. On the track now, we have the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1,600-meter runners, one heat of this event. In Alley 1, we had Mackenzie Devar from Chicago St. Josephat and Quinn Schiller from Palatine St. Teresa. In Alley 2, Haley Torch from Woodhull Allwood, Brooklyn Lions from Cornell, and Nora Hartke from Neoga. Alley 3, Lily Polson from Piper City Tri-Point, Sedona Smith from Bradford, and Autumn Hensinski from Gardner. And in Alley 4, Morgan Dombacher from Palmyra Northwestern, Kaylee Johnson from Springfield St. Agnes, and your top qualifier, Brooke Kennett from Pekin Rankin. Nora Hartkey from Neoga, Brooke Kinnett from Pekin Rankin, Sedona Smith from Bradford, and Autumn Hensinski from Gardner. Your top four there all together. Side by side here, Brooke Kinnett from Pekin Rankin, Nora Hartkey from Neoga, and Autumn Hensinski from Gardner.
Class 2A, 7th grade boys and girls.
Great race here coming into the finish. We're going to turn our attention to the medal stand here as we present our medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 400 meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 106.18 from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Isabella Meister. In 7th place, with a time of 106.10 from Normal Epiphany, Hazley Hilgenbrink. In 6th place, with a time of 105.99 from Newark Lisbon, Maisie Chapman. In 5th place, with a time of 105.62 from Springfield Christ the King, Ava Kink. In 4th place, with a time of 105.31 from Carrollton, Elena Flowers. In 3rd place, with a time of 104.97 from Griggsville Perry, Ella Dunham. In 2nd place, with a time of 104.29 from Chicago, Izzy Liguinati. And your Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 400 meter dash with a state winning time of 103.86 from Neoga, Isabella McNeil. We're going to keep our attention on the medal stand here. We're going to recognize our Class 2A 7th grade girls discus throw. In 8th place, with a throw of 17.92 meters from Marquette, Maya York. In 7th place, with a throw of 18.26 meters from Lexington, Mariah Tyner. In 6th place, with a throw of 18.78 meters from Lena Winslow, Brashidi Shonovan Huss. In 5th place, with a throw of 19.96 meters from Fox Lake Stanton, Ariana Wilson. In fourth place with a throw of 23.75 meters from Casey Westfield, Bailey Melton. In third place with a throw of 24.32 meters from Stewartson and Strasburg, Jacqueline Eldred. In second place with a throw of 24.45 meters from Bismarck Henning, Isabel Milliken. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls discus throw with a winning throw of 26.08 meters from Toledo, Cumberland, Lily McMeechin. On the track, we got the Class 1A 7th grade boys 1,600 meter run. One heat of this event here. In Alley 1, Brendan Bush from Inverness Holy Family, Yahir Guerrero from Danville Schlarman, James Remke from Woodstock St. Mary's, Jacob Wall from River Forest St. Luke, and Easton Favre from Polo Applington. Alley 2, Cade Nichols from Kiwani Visitation, Stephen Rogers from Chrisman, Scotland, Jaden King from Windsor, Pierce Bushmeyer from Kinderhook Western, and Trip Rhodes from Springfield St. Agnes. Alley 3, Elias Rogers from Chrisman, Scotland, Jack Sims from Gardner, Damian Amador from Piper City Tri-Point, David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross, and Lucas Clem from Royal Prairie View, Ogden. And in Alley 4, Bennett Berry from Woodstock St. Mary's, Graham Holcomb from Normal Epiphany, Asher Williker from Polo Applington, Zachary Ryan from Peoria St. Jude, and Yontan Solorzano from Rantoul St. Malachi, and Evan Decow from Peoria Limestone Walters. Again, that's Class 1A, 7th grade boys, 1,600 meter run. Asher Weiliker from Polo Applington. He was your top qualifier as well. He's in the lead, opening up a bit more of a lead here. David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross, Jaden King from Windsor. Those are your top three still, I believe. Still up front for now, Asher Weiliker from Polo Applington, Jaden King from Windsor. I believe there might be in second. David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross, Evan Decow from Peoria Limestone Walters. That's your top four. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys high jump. We had actually a tie for 7th place with jump of 1.39 meters from Barton, Trendon Rainey, and also from Polo Applington, Hunter Carlson. In 6th place with a jump of 1.45 meters from Normal Epiphany, Joey Cruz Bucio. We had a tie for 4th place with 1.51 meters from Crispin, Scotland, Connor Hood, and from Payson Seymour, Parker Wiseman. In 3rd place with a jump of 1.51 meters from Earlville, Grant Cook. In 2nd place with a jump of 1.54 meters from Carrollton St. John, Gavin Cox. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys high jump with a winning jump of 1.57 meters from Kinderhook Western, Liam Hamilton. On the track, we now have the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1,600 meter run. In Alley 1, Claire Combest from Rantoul St. Malachy and Avery Kennett from Pekin Rankin. In 2, Elizabeth Clover from Bloomington St. Mary's, Grace Mueller from Ottawa Wallace, and Bridget Gold from Peoria St. Jude. In Alley 3, Zoe Blakey from Henry Senechwine, Quinn Heinen from Plainfield St. Mary, and Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS. In Alley 4, Jules Favett from Champaign Holy Cross, Clara Hall from Geneva St. Peter, and your top qualifier, Rebecca Reed from Kinderhook Western. Out in front there, I believe that's Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS, Bridget Gold from Peoria St. Jude, and Avery Kennett from Pekin Rankin for your top 3 here. Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS. Quinn Heinen from Plainfield St. Mary, Rebecca Reed from Kinderhook Western, Bridget Gold from Peoria St. Jude. I believe that's still your top 4. Still out front, Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS. Quinn Heinen from Plainfield St. Mary. Rebecca Reed from Kinderhook Western. Avery Kennett from Pekin Rankin. Bridget Gold from Peoria St. Jude. And Claire Hall from Geneva St. Peter. I believe that might be your top 6 right there. Rebecca Reed from Kinderhook Western. Haven Rundle from Monmouth ICS. Nice race there, Avery Kennett and Quinn Heinen. Officially your top 4. Nice job, Rebecca. On the track now, we have the Class 1A 8th grade boys 1,600-meter run. In Alley 1, Lance DeWale from Henry Senechwine and Patrick Zopel from Peoria St. Jude and Luke McConnell from River Forest St. Luke. Alley 2, Matthew Kotra from Mount Prospect St. Emily. Brigham Carrasca from Galva. Jalen Chariel from Danville Schlarman and Braden Ritter from Champaign Holy Cross. In Alley 3, Brandon Whitlock from Kinderhook Western, Christopher Trevino from Normal Epiphany, Landon Lyons from Cornell, and Owen Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden. And in Alley 4, Jake Kasprak from LaSalle. It's still in Alley 4, Matthew Hansen from Peoria St. Jude, Jack Hale from Chicago, Catherine Cook, and your top qualifier, Brady Becker from Chicago, Catherine Cook. Brady Becker from Chicago, Catherine Cook, Luke McConnell from River Forest St. Luke, Jalen Chariel from Danville Schlarman, all up there. Brady still up front, the halfway point. Luke McConnell. It's Owen Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden and Landon Lyons from Cornell. And Brandon Ritter from Champaign Holy Cross. That's your top 5. Brady Becker from Chicago, Catherine Cook. Lots of great racing here in the back. Owen Ferguson from Hartsburg Emden. Matthew Hansen from Peoria St. Jude. Jalen Chariel from Danville Schlarman. And Luke McConnell from River Forest St. Luke. Those are your top 5 unofficially. All right, we're going to do 2 sets of awards here before our next race. First of all, we're going to recognize our Class 2A 7th grade boys 400-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 59:46 from Bloomington, Ezra Purcell. In 7th place, with a time of 59:39 from Altamont, Griffin Croning. In 6th place, with a time of 59:02 from Oakland Lake Crest, Anthony Owen. In 5th place, with a time of 58:81 from Monona Fieldcrest, Tanner West. In 4th place, with a time of 58:26 from Seneca, Charlie Derber. In 3rd place, with a time of 58:10 from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Jonathan Franz. In 2nd place, with a time of 57:19 from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, Daniel Salgado. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 400-meter dash with a state winning time of 56:74 from Effingham, Nash Heaney. We'll keep our attention here on the award stand. We'll get that final picture, and then we're going to recognize now our Class 1A. Give me just a moment here. We're going to recognize another set of runners here. Give us just a moment. Give me just a moment. All right, here we go. This time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade boys 400-meter dash top 8. In 8th place with a time of 56:26 from Niles Northridge, David Barter. In 7th place with a time of 56:17 from Camp Point Central, Asher Brokaw. In 6th place with a time of 55:90 from Normal Metcalf, Andrew Bachmoyer. In 5th place with a time of 55:77 from Leroy Evan Haskett. In 4th place with a time of 54:78 from Stewartson Strasburg, Adam Prumer. In 3rd place with a time of 54:74 from Whitehall North Green, Fabian Grisby. In 2nd place with a time of 53:64 from Springfield Christian, Masop Addermola. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 400-meter dash with a state winning time of 52:27 from Brimfield, Brady Zinzer. On the track, we have our Class 2A 7th grade girls 1,600-meter run. In Alley 1, Morgan Cabs from Effingham St. Anthony, Lainey Olick from Watsika, and Maud Nelson from Brimfield. In Alley 2, Harper Ewald from Springfield Christian, Sydney Katolik from Champaign St. Matthew, Isabella Wilson from East Moline. Tessa Moko from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Regina Reigler from Arlington Heights St. James. Those are your top two. Maud Nelson from Brimfield. Hattie Butterfield from Brimfield. Those are your top four. Emily Sennett from Princeville. This is a tight race, folks. Tessa Moko still in the lead from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Regina Reigler from Arlington Heights St. James and Maud Nelson from Brimfield. Those are your top three. Tessa Moko from Glen Ellen St. Petronil crossing that line first. The 5:18.77 unofficially. Regina Reigler from Arlington Heights St. James. And Maud Nelson from Brimfield, your top three. All right, we're going to turn our attention here to the medal stand. We're going to present a couple sets of medals here. Recognize our athletes. We're going to start with the Class 1A 8th grade boys 400-meter dash top 8. In 8th place with a time of 57.85 from Normal Epiphany, Gavin Rossi. In 7th place with a time of 57.74 from Findlay Okaw Valley, Gavin Nickerson. In 6th place with a time of 57.73 from Effingham, Chris Kenter. In 5th place with a time of 57.71 from Madison, Marvion Gilmore. In 4th place with a time of 56.11 from Woodhull Allwood, Riker Sage. In 3rd place with a time of 55.79 from Kelowna, Kieran Scholl. In 2nd place with a time of 54.23 from Inverness, Dave Alcanjari. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 400-meter dash with a state winning time of 54.01 from Gardner, Cash Olson. And we'll keep our attention here on the medal stand before we begin our next heat here. And we'll recognize our Class 1A 8th grade boys high jumpers. These gentlemen were working hard down there. So we're going to recognize them. Get them set. All right, here we go. We actually had a two-way tie for 7th place, both with jumps of 1.58 meters. First of all, from Griggsville, Perry, Mason Lipkaman, and from Sista Park, Spencer Chandler. In 6th place, with a jump of 1.58 meters from Galva, Brigham Karaska. In 5th place, with a jump of 1.58 meters from Findlay Okaw Valley, Liam Whitney. In 4th place, with a jump of 1.58 meters from Kewanee Weathersfield, Jameer Angel. In 3rd place, with a jump of 1.67 meters from Ladd, Talon Bland. In 2nd place, with a jump of 1.7 meters from Newton St. Thomas, Levi Geyer. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys high jump with a state winning jump of 1.78 meters from Greenfield, Clinton Dowland. On the track, we now have the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1,600-meter run. In Alley 1, Colby Mahler from Serena, Wesley McCowan from Carthage, Luke Lanning from Naperville St. Raphael, and Aiden Lugo from Arcola. In Alley 2, Jamison Walsh from Chicago Alphonsus, Hudson Chebney from Grayslake St. Gilbert, Bowen Ince from Normal Metcalf, and Wells Kustok from Evanston. In Alley 3, Dane Fleischer from Knoxville, Sebastian Juno from Salmonaught, Emmett Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Wyatt Allen from Springfield Christian, and Jack Goldstein from Champaign St. Matthew. In Alley 4, Marco Castillo from Niles Northridge, Everett Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Your top qualifier, Reese Vandeventer from Villa Grove, Blake Burns from Erie, and Jack Prekop from Chicago St. Andrew. So again, this is the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1,600-meter run. Bowen Ince from Normal Metcalf in front. Dane Fleischer from Knoxville. Right behind him, Emmett Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Dane Fleischer from Knoxville. Emmett Voiles, your top two. Luke Lanning and Bowen from Normal Metcalf. Those are your top four. Got a tight race here. Reese Vandeventer in fifth. Dane Fleischer from Knoxville. Emmett Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Reese Vandeventer from Villa Grove. Those are your top three. All right, we're going to recognize some more of our athletes here on the medal stand. This time we're going to do a couple sets of awards here in between races. This time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade girls 400 meter dash winners, our top 8. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 105.09 from Findlay Okaw Valley, Archer McFeeders. In 7th place with a time of 105.04 from Rantoul St. Malachy, Blake Bryan. In 6th place with a time of 104.80 from Marseilles Milton Pope, Ellie Meyerhofer. In 5th place with a time of 104.72 from Cornell, Riley Eggenberger. In 4th place with a time of 104.58 from Marseilles, Elizabeth Swartz. In 3rd place with a time of 103.29 from Normal Epiphany, Kiera Foster. In 2nd place with a time of 102.74 from Urbana University, Anna Newman. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 400 meter dash with a state winning time of 102.12 from Peoria St. Jude, Charlotte Gold. And we'll keep our attention here on the medal stand. Let those ladies jump off, and we will recognize another set of our athletes here for great accomplishments here this afternoon. This time, this is for our top 8 in the Class 2A 7th grade girls 400 meter dash. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 104.19 from Chicago, Alphonsus Delilah Barhalter. In 7th place with a time of 103.95 from Springfield Christian, Hannah Kears. In 6th place with a time of 103.85 from Evanston, Rin Kustok. In 5th place with a time of 103.85 from Green Valley, Irene Buzik. In 4th place with a time of 103.48 from Leroy, Fiona Smith. In 3rd place with a time of 103.14 from East Moline, Maria Lisa. In 2nd place with a time of 103.07 from Brimfield, Hattie Butterfield. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 400 meter dash with a state winning time, get this, of 101.91 from Springfield Christian, Eliza Goldberg. All right, here we go in the Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 meter run. Allie 1, Leah Vandekamp from Cambridge, Sylvia Semple from Effingham St. Anthony, Bryn Bartkus from Downers Grove St. Mary, Julia Jacobs from Springfield Blessed Sacrament, and Reagan Winter from Altamont. And Allie 2, Addison Richardson from Normal Metcalf, Aniston Judd from McNabb Putnam County, Gianna Suvada from Arlington Heights St. James, Simone Montgomery from Evanston, Hannah Long from Arlington Heights St. James, Allie 3, Maya Zeman from Brimfield, Adley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest, Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict, Jackie Liffringhouse from Liberty, Bridget McNulty from Wadsworth St. Patrick, and Brittany Sloan from Wilmette. Allie 4, Nora Tracer from LaGrange St. Francis, Haven Berwigan from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Molly Mako, our top qualifier here from Glen Ellen St. Petronil, Natalie Welty from Rock Falls St. Andrew, Jersey Hare from Brimfield, and Juliana Kosiba from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Again, that is your Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 meter run. Molly Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Molly remains in front. Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict. Gianna Suvada from Arlington Heights St. James. Bryn Bartkus from Downers Grove St. Mary. Hadley McQueen from Oakland Lake Crest. Those are your top 5. Your unofficial winner here, Molly Mako from Glen Ellen St. Petronil. Chloe Milton from Chicago St. Benedict. Bryn Bartkus from Downers Grove St. Mary. Gianna Suvada and Haven Berwigan wrap up your top 5. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to direct our attention to the award stand once again as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 400-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 101.91 from Jackson Jack Whalen. In 7th place, with a time of 101.58 from Anawan Jackson Wolf. In 6th place, with a time of 101.38 from Low Point Washburn Brantley Pulling. In 5th place, with a time of 101.09 from Jerseyville Carson Ray. In 4th place, with a time of 101.06 from Pearl City, Juan Ramos. In 3rd place, with a time of 59.85 from Piper City Tri-Point, Axel Pozos. In 2nd place, with a time of 59.64 from Payson Seymour, Parker Wiseman. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 400-meter dash with a state winning time of 58.26 from Bartonville, Monroe. Give it up for Jackson Gray. All right, we're going to keep our attention here on the medal stand before we start this next race. We're going to recognize some of our ladies here. This time, I believe this is for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 400-meter dash. All right, here we go. In 8th place, with a time of 104.70 from Leroy Addie Cooley. In 7th place, with a time of 104.38 from Springfield Christian Ellie Killebrew. In 6th place, with a time of 103.31 from Aurora Holy Angel Zoe Fick. In 5th place, with a time of 102.18 from Glen Ellen Tessa Moko. Sorry, that's Mako. Sorry about that, Tessa. In 4th place, with a time of 101.07 from McNabb Putnam County, Aniston Judd. In 3rd place, with a time of 1 minute .82 from Hayworth Eliana Shepard. In 2nd place, with a time of 1 minute .04 from Wilmette Josie Snyder. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 400-meter dash with a state winning time of 59.20 from Champaign St. Matthew, Anna Kaufman. This is our last 1,600-meter run race here for today. This is the Class 2A 8th grade boys 1,600-meter run. In Alley 1, Dylan Wood from Chicago, Dayton Gamber from Springfield Christian, Miles Taylor from Cambridge, Sam Wilhauer from Brownstown, and Clark Holland from Chicago St. Clement. In Alley 2, Parker Volk from Pecatonica, Daniel Brenner from Mount Prospect St. Raymond, Nikki Robertson from Evanston, Jonathan Benjamin from Pingree Grove, Cambridge Lakes, and Franco Leal from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In Alley 3, Ryan Law from Mount Sterling Brown County, Jimmy Roach from Orland Park St. Michael, Brady Zinzer from Brimfield, Braxton Kohler from Roanoke Benson, Corbin Beck from Virginia, and Brandon Hennings from Chicago St. Clement. In Alley 4, Colin Meyer from Dakota, Luke Sarb from Naperville St. Raphael, your top qualifier, Alexander Lynch from Chicago ICSJ, Keelan Young from Normal Metcalf, and Wyatt Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Again, this is your Class 2A 8th grade boys 1,600-meter run. Wyatt Voiles from Mount Prospect St. Raymond. Tight pack here behind him. Dayton Gamber, Jimmy Roach, Nikki Robertson, Alexander Lynch, Ryan Law, Miles Taylor amongst those in that group, in that pack behind the lead. Folks, this is the tightest front pack we've had all afternoon. It's going to end up being an exciting race here. Wyatt Voiles, Dayton Gamber, Alexander Lynch, Nikki Robertson, Ryan Law, Miles Taylor, Luke Sarb. All part of that. We're spreading them out just a little bit. Making some moves here on the backstretch. Can't quite see who that is. Moving back and forth here. We'll see what we do around the final turn. Dayton Gamber, Alexander Lynch, Nikki Robertson, Ryan Law. Stretching it out here in the front stretch. Going to have a change for second place, folks. Leaving it all out on the track. Alexander Lynch, though, from Chicago. Miles Taylor from Cambridge. Dayton Gamber. Parker Volk, your top four, I believe. Again, unofficial. Great race. All right, we're now going to move into, you didn't think that was exciting enough, we're going to move into our finals here for the hurdles and our 100-meter dash. We're also going to have our wheelchair 100-meter finals as well here to wrap up our action here on the track this evening. And each event will have one heat. It'll be a finals heat for each of these events. We'll get our hurdles set up here this afternoon. Again, don't forget about our sit and see policy. We got lots of folks that want to see, especially those inside lanes, or outside lanes, sorry. So if you are standing in front, we ask that you please take a seat so that others behind you can see, especially if they have runners here on these lanes that are towards the grandstands here in the front. So once again, if you are standing in the front, please take a seat so others can see. All right, we'll announce this first final here, and then once they're ready and set up, we'll get that started. Our first final here is going to be the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles finals. In lane 1, Violet Walk from Siegel St. Michael's. In 2, Lila Carlson from Newark Lisbon. In 3, Ava Cummerly from Danville Schlarman. In 4, Honor Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek. In 5, Sophia Northrop from Peoria Limestone Walters. In 6, Willow Harris from Palmyra Northwestern. In 7, Renaya Thompson from Peoria Pleasant Valley. And in 8, Kylie Liu from Inverness Holy Family. Again, that's your finals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles. This is the final Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles. Honor Montgomery from Morris Nettle Creek in lane 4 unofficially takes our final heat here. Our Class 1A 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles finals in lane 1. Micaiah Lau from Inverness Holy Family. In 2, Rosemary Krasowski from Chicago Queen of Angels. In 3, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. In 4, Natalie Moriarty from Loston Tonica. In lane 5, Charlie's from Royal Prairie View, Ogden. In 6, Blake Bryan from Rantoul St. Malachy. 7, Ariana Watson from Rossville Alvin. And 8, Nora Ryan from Peoria Limestone Walters. Again, this is our finals heat for the Class 1A 8th grade girls hurdles. Our unofficial winner out of lane 3, Sadie Gorsage from Washington St. Patrick. All right, while we set up for the next finals heat here, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we're going to present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 1600 meter run. In 8th place, with a time of 5:59.72 from Piper City Tri-Point, Lily Polson. In 7th place, with a time of 5:59.38 from Woodhull Allwood, for Haley Tort. In 6th place, with a time of 5:56.24 from Palatine, Quinn Schiller. In 5th place, with a time of 5:53.71 from Springfield, Kaylee Johnson. In 4th place, with a time of 5:45.84 from Gardner, Autumn Hensinski. In 3rd place, with a time of 5:43.52 from Bradford, Sedona Smith. In 2nd place, with a time of 5:34.23 from Neoga, Nora Hartkey. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 1600 meter run with a winning time of 5:32.75 from Pekin Rankin, Brooke Kennett. Now on the track, moving on to our Class 2A 7th grade girls 100 meter hurdles finals. Here we go. In lane 1, Hallie Harris from Waverly. In 2, Zoe Cordell from Springfield Christian. In 3, Rin Kostok from Evanston. In 4, Parker Jaquat from Nauvoo-Calusa. In 5, Rhea Pierce from Altamont. In 6, Jenna Wilhauer from Brownstown. In 7, Addison Abel from Peoria Heights. And in lane 8, Lola Jenkins from Springfield Christian. Here we go. This is the final for the Class 2A 7th grade girls hurdles. Rhea Pierce from Altamont there in lane 5 unofficially takes the heat.
All 100-meter finalists. All 100-meter finalists. First call.
All right, we're going to turn our attention to the medal stand once again. We're going to present our medals for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 1600 meter run. In 8th place with a time of 6:07.87 from Ottawa Wireless, Grace Mueller. In 7th place with a time of 6:06.38 from Bloomington St. Mary's, Elizabeth Clover. In 6th place with a time of 5:52.95 from Geneva St. Peter, Clara Hall. In 5th place with a time of 5:39.81 from Peoria St. Jude, Bridget Gold. In 4th place with a time of 5:33.78 from Plainfield St. Mary, Quinn Heinen. In 3rd place with a time of 5:33.61 from Pekin Rankin, Avery Kennett. In 2nd place with a time of 5:32.22 from Monmouth ICS, Haven Rundle. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 1600 meter run with a state winning time of 5:31.03 from Kinderhook Western, Rebecca Reed. And now on the track, we're going to move on to our Class 2A 8th grade girls 100 meter hurdles finals. Here we go. In lane 1, Carissa Bogut from Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 2, Ellie Kilbrew from Springfield Christian. In 3, Adelaide Bedford from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 4, Peyton Blue from Carthage. In lane 5, Alex Stolitz from Normal Metcalf. In 6, Campbell Tubbs from Leroy. In 7, Rosie Maurer from Springfield Christian. And in lane 8, Sammy Trost from Hayworth. Your unofficial winner coming out of lane 4, Peyton Blue from Carthage. We're going to move on to our boys hurdles finals here. We'll reset our hurdles. The first one announced here, so we're ready to go when they're ready. So this is our Class 1A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finalists. In lane 1, Jax Williams from Galva. In 2, Garrett Twitchell from Greenfield. In lane 3, Chase Rafe from Ladd. In 4, Joey Cruz Bucio from Normal Epiphany. In 5, David Surratt from Champaign Holy Cross. In lane 6, Dylan Grzbowski from LaSalle. In lane 7, Zeus Cabrera from Springfield St. Agnes. And in lane 8, Jacob Tungett from Pekin Rankin. And that's your finalists, or that's your finals for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles. Well, we're still resetting hurdles here. We're going to turn our attention to the medal stand as we're going to present the medals for the Class 1A 8th grade boys 1600-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 5:10.60 from Chicago, Jack Hale. In 7th place with a time of 5:07 flat from Cornell, Landon Lyons. In 6th place with a time of 5:06 from Peoria St. Jude, Patrick Zopel. In 5th place with a time of 5:05.30 from River Forest, Luke McConnell. In 4th place with a time of 5:03.30 from Danville Schlarman, Jalen Chirail. In 3rd place with a time of 5:03.20 from Peoria St. Jude, Matthew Hansen. In 2nd place with a time of 5:01.44 from Hartsburg Emden, Owen Ferguson. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A 8th grade boys champion in the 1600-meter run with a state winning time of 4:47.98 from Chicago, Brady Becker. Need a coach from Metcalf to please report to the press box, please. A coach from Metcalf to the press box. Thank you. And this is the Class 1A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. Joey Cruz Bucio from Normal Epiphany in lane 4 unofficially takes that heat. Move on to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. In lane 1, Anthony Maple Martin from Peoria Norwood. In lane 2, Zane Picado from Grand Ridge. In lane 3, Rohan Kotak from Inverness Holy Family. In lane 4, Clinton Dowland from Greenfield. In lane 5, Colby Bowman from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. In lane 6, Elijah Brown from Danville Schlarman. In lane 7, Asher Craig from Normal Epiphany. And in lane 8, Cashton Johnson from Milledgeville, Chadwick. Again, this is your Class 1A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. I can't keep up. That's Clinton Dowland from Greenfield in lane 4. Unofficially takes that heat. We'll now turn our attention back to the medal stand here as we present the awards for the Class 1A 7th grade boys 1,600-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 5:14.08 from Woodstock, Bennett Berry. In 7th place with a time of 5:13.19 from Inverness Holy Family, Brendan Bush. In 6th place with a time of 5:12.83 from Gardner, Jack Sims. In 5th place with a time of 5:12.78 from Peoria Limestone, Evan Decow. In 4th place with a time of 5:12.12 from Windsor, Jaden King. In 3rd place with a time of 5:10.44 from Woodstock, James Remke. In 2nd place with a time of 5:07.84 from Champaign, David Surratt. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 1,600-meter run with a state-winning time of 4:52.36 from Polo Applington, Asher Weilacker. Now on the track, we're going to move on to the Class 2A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. Here we go in lane 1, Gunnar Meinhardt from Brownstown. In 2, TJ Cox from Decatur, Our Lady of Lourdes. In 3, Colton Schmitz from Nauvoo-Calusa. In 4, Carson Jorgensen from Argenta Orienta. In 5, Macon Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 6, Peyton Francis from Moments. In lane 7, Ben Garland from Peoria St. Philomena. And in lane 8, Carter Goss from Toledo, Cumberland. This is a personal page for Iwanosa Ogbomo from Plainfield St. Mary's to report to staging immediately. Your unofficial winner here, Carson Jorgensen from Argenta Oriena. That is for your Class 2A 7th Boys 110-meter hurdles finals. And now your Class 2A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. In lane 1, Tyson Miles from Toledo, Cumberland. In lane 2, Preston Croning from Altamont. In lane 3, DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington. In lane 4, Wyatt Goff from Stronghurst West Central. In 5, Carson Trim from Bunker Hill Wolf Ridge. In 6, Wayne Bruns from Winchester. In lane 7, Drew Benton from Naperville, St. Raphael. In lane 8, Christian Dagans from Wonder Lake, Harrison. Unofficially in lane 3, DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington takes that finals heat. All right, I think that wraps up our hurdles here on the track. Going to move on to our 100-meter dash finals. We're going to start with our wheelchair 100-meter dash finals. Okay, we're going to move on to our 100-meter dash finals here, and we're going to start with our girls 100-meter dash wheelchair 1A, 2A finals. Have Emma Six from Argenta Oriena and Bryn Grilk from LaSalle. That's Emma 6 from Argenta Oriana and Bryn Grilk from LaSalle. It's our girls 1A, 2A wheelchair 100-meter dash finals. And I believe that is crossing the line first. Emma 6 from Argenta Oriana crossed that line first. Need a coach from Toledo, Cumberland to come to the press box, please. A coach from Toledo, Cumberland to the press box. Let's turn our attention to the award stand here before we begin our next event. And this is, we're going to recognize, our Class 2A, 7th grade girls 1,600-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 5:49.04 from Watseka, Lainey Olczyk. In 7th place with a time of 5:45.11 from Arlington Heights, Leah Blandford. In 6th place with a time of 5:40.76 from Princeville, Emily Sennett. In 5th place with a time of 5:40.73 from LaGrange, Aoife O'Reilly. In 4th place with a time of 5:38.39 from Brimfield, Hattie Butterfield. In 3rd place with a time of 5:34.67 from Brimfield, Maud Nelson. In 2nd place with a time of 5:29.48 from Arlington Heights, Regina Reigler. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 1,600-meter run with a state-winning time, folks, get this, of 5:18.77 from Glen Ellen Tessa Mako.
Emmett Boyles, Mount Prospect. Please report to awards immediately.
Now time for our Class 1A, 2A wheelchair finals for the boys 100-meter dash. In lane 4, Blake Reynolds from Marquette Heights, Georgetown. Blake's been waiting all day. Let's cheer him on here in the 100-meter finals. Blake with a time unofficially. Let's take a look. (23:11). Blake, nice job. All right, moving on now to our Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. In lane 1 from Morris Nettle Creek, Honor Montgomery. In lane 2, London Linson from Ford Heights Cottage Grove. In lane 3, Izzy Liguinati from Chicago, Catherine Cook. In lane 4, Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King. In lane 5, Alexandra Miller from Dallas City. In lane 6, Emily Van Houten from Springfield Christ the King. In lane 7, Charlotte Tosinski from St. Charles St. Patrick. And in lane 8, Piper Craig from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell. Here we go. This is the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. Mia Woods from Springfield Christ the King there in lane 4 unofficially takes that heat. Moving on now to the Class 1A 7th grade boys 100-meter dash. In lane 1, Darren Weeks from Peoria Pleasant Hill. In lane 2, Iwanosa Ogbomo from Plainfield St. Mary. In 3, Cruz Komanek from Lincoln, Chester East Lincoln. In 4, Deonta Lynch from Ford Heights. In 5, Gavin Cox from Carrollton St. John. In 6, Gage Webb from Kinderhook Western. In 7, Noah Hayden from Payson Seymour. In lane 8, Brett Luckert from Oblong. Couple personal pages for our couple 100-meter dash finalists here. Tanner West from Monona Fieldcrest for Class 2A 7th grade, and Darier Lewis from Wood River Lewis and Clark for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 100-meter dash. Both of you need to report to the staging tent immediately.
Ryan Law from Mount Sterling. Barwigan, please report to award immediately.
Deonta Lynch from Fort Heights, your unofficial winner of that heat. All right, moving on now to our Class 1A 8th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. In lane 1's Anaya Greer from Jacksonville. In lane 2, Kaylee Shriver from Milledgeville, Chadwick. In 3, Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament. In 4, Malia Bullock from Elwood. In 5, Maya Wisa from Newark, Lisbon. In lane 6, Bliss Bear from Neoga. In 7, Kiera Foster from Normal Epiphany. And in lane 8, Evelyn Cecilia from Chicago, Queen of Angels. Close race here, folks. It's too close to call from up here. I'm going to have to look at Shazam and see. Leah Duffy from Morton Blessed Sacrament, your unofficial winner of that heat. All right, before our next heat, we're going to turn our attention back to the medal stand, this time for the Class 1A 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles. In 8th place, with a time of 17:93 from Peoria Limestone, Nora Ryan. In 7th place, with a time of 17:73 from Chicago, Rosemary Krasowski. In 6th place, with a time of 17:61 from Rossville, Alvin, Ariana Watson. In 5th place, with a time of 17:57 from Inverness Holy Family, Micaiah Lau. In 4th place, with a time of 17 flat from Royal Prairie View, Ogden, Charlie Schutz. In 3rd place, with a time of 16:91 from Rantoul St. Malachy, Blake Bryan. In 2nd place, with a time of 16:58 from Los Tantonica, Natalie Moriarty. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 100-meter hurdles with a state winning time of 16:42 from Washington St. Patrick, Sadie Gorsage. On the track, we'll move on to the Class 1A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash finals. In lane 1, Bram Chapman from Bloomington St. Mary's. In 2, Hayes Ingram from Pekin Rankin. In 3, Paxton Strader from Peoria St. Jude. In 4, Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley. In 5, Anthony Maple Martin from Peoria Norwood. In 5, Dave Alcanjari from Inverness Holy Family. In 7, Alexander Page from Kelowna. And in lane 8, Cash Olson from Gardner. Your unofficial winner, Carter Purcell from Findlay Okaw Valley. Ladies and gentlemen, let's direct our attention back to the medal stand as we present the awards for the Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600-meter run. In 8th place, with a time of 5:33.61 from LaGrange, Nora Tracer. In 7th place, with a time of 5:28.71 from McNabb Putnam County, Aniston Judd. In 6th place, with a time of 5:20.76 from Oakland Lake Crest, Adley McQueen. In 5th place, with a time of 5:16.34 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Haven Barwigan. In 4th place, with a time of 5:11.66 from Arlington Heights, Gianna Suvada. In 3rd place, with a time of 5:10.98 from Downers Grove, Bryn Bartkus. In second place with a time of 5:08:39 from Chicago, Chloe Milton. And your your IESA Class 2A 8th grade girls 1600 meter run champion with a state winning time 4:59:49 from Glen Ellen, Molly Mako. Now time for your Class 2A 7th grade girls 100 meter dash finals. Here we go in lane 1. Delilah Rogers from East St. Louis Young. In lane 2, Maggie Betcher from Paris Crestwood. In 3, Deasia Washington from Joliet Laraway. In 4, Jordan Lewis from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 5, London Bean from Decatur Robertson. In 6, Elena Welker from Peoria Heights. In 7, Vivian Pierce from Peoria St. Philomena. In lane 8, Casey Temple from Erie. Jordan Lewis from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. London Bean from Decatur Robertson right there, but Jordan Lewis unofficially takes that heat. On the track, Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 100 meter dash finals. In lane 1, Tanner West from the Winona Fieldcrest. In 2, Jackson Vance from Rock Falls St. Andrew. In 3, Penn Peter from Glen Ellen St. Petronille. In 4, Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning. In 5, Mason Miller from Chicago Old St. Mary's. In 6, Daryl Steele from Elmhurst Immaculate Conception. In 7, Easton Caraway from Altamont. In lane 8, Devin Williams from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In Class 2A, 7th grade boys, 100 meter dash finals. Ethan Giles from Bismarck Henning in lane 4 unofficially takes that heat. Turn your attention to the medal stand as we present the medals for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100 meter hurdles. Top 8. Here we go in 8th place with a time of 1871 from Siegel St. Michael's Violet Walk. In 7th place with a time of 1861 from Newark Lisbon Lila Carlson. In 6th place with a time of 1853 from Peoria Renaya Thompson. In 5th place with a time of 1848 from Inverness Holy Family Kylie Lau. In 4th place with a time of 1819 from Palmyra Northwestern Willow Harris. In 3rd place with a time of 1801 from Peoria Limestone Sophia Northrup. In 2nd place with a time of 1790 from Danville Schlarman Ava Cummerly. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 100 meter hurdles with a state winning time of 17:29 from Morris Nettle Creek, Honor Montgomery. On the track, we now have the Class 2A 8th grade girls 100 meter dash finals. Here we go in lane 1, Gia Schlichting from Lena Winslow. In 2, Briar Cummins from Oakland Lake Crest. In 3, Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. In 4, Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian. In 5, Peyton Blue from Carthage. In 6, Adelaide Bedford from Kankakee Bishop McNamara. In 7, Sylvie Panic from Grays Lake Prairie Crossing. And in 8, Dorea Lewis from Wood River Lewis and Clark. Class 2A, 8th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. This is a close one, folks. Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew. Sarah Carden from Rockford Christian. Looks like maybe unofficially Emma Kaufman from Champaign St. Matthew crosses that line first. All right, let's turn our attention back to the medal stand here as we present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles. In 8th place with a time of 18:36 from Peoria Heights, Addison Abel. In 7th place with a time of 18:13 from Waverly, Hallie Harris. In 6th place with a time of 17:99 from Nauvoo-Calusa, Parker Jaquat. In 5th place with a time of 17:83 from Brownstown, Jenna Wilhauer. In 4th place with a time of 17:64 from Springfield, Christ the King, Lola Jenkins. In 3rd place with a time of 17:56, sorry, I got that wrong, from Springfield Christian, Zoe Cordell. In 2nd place with a time of 17:36 from Evanston, Ren Kustok. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 100-meter hurdles with a state winning time of, get this, 16:41 from Altamont, Rhea Pierce. And now on the track, we have our last finals here for the 100-meter dash. This is the Class 2A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash finals. Here we go in lane 1, Grant Wu from Evanston. In lane 2, Cole Smith from Chicago. In lane 3, Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf. In 4, Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green. In 5, Andon Cochever from Prophetstown. In 6, DeMontre Enos from Riverdale, Washington. 7, Edward Bickett from Toulon Stark County. In lane 8, Hayden Vatetto from Altamont. Here we go. This is our last final. It's a tight one, folks. What a great race for our last race of the day. Too close to call from up here. Let's take a look. Shazam Racing and our unofficial results. Looks like unofficially Andon Cochever from Prophetstown. Too close to call. Fabian Grisby from Whitehall North Green and Gavin Schramm from Normal Metcalf. Look how close they were. Fantastic race, gentlemen. All right, we have lots of awards to hand out. We're going to hand out all of our medals for all the events we ran today. We've got lots of awards to hand out. So again, if you have a result here, especially those 100s, those hurdles, those events, please just make your way right to the awards area, and we'll hand these out, recognize our athletes, and hand them out so you can make your way home this evening. So on the award stand, we have the Class 2A 8th grade boys 1,600-meter run finals. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 4:56.89 from Naperville, Luke Sarb. In 7th place with a time of 4:53.27 from Mount Sterling, Ryan Law. In 6th place with a time of 4:52.13 from Evanston, Nikki Robertson. In 5th place with a time of 4:51.57 from Mount Prospect, Daniel Brenner. In 4th place with a time of 4:51.18 from Pecatonica, Parker Volk. In 3rd place with a time of 4:50.60 from Springfield Christian, Dayton Gamber. In 2nd place with a time of 4:49.51 from Cambridge, Miles Taylor. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 1,600-meter run with a state winning time of 4:48.13 from Chicago, Alexander Lynch. All right, our attention on the medal stand here is present the medals for the Class 2A 7th grade boys 1,600-meter run. In 8th place with a time of 5:11:18 from Chicago Alphonsus Jamison Walsh. In 7th place with a time of 5:10:45 from Champaign St. Matthew Jack Goldstein. In 6th place with a time of 5:09:10 from Salmonok Sebastian Juno. In 5th place with a time of 5:04:48 from Naperville Luke Lanning. In 4th place with a time of 5:04:16 from Normal Metcalf Bowen Ince. In 3rd place with a time of 5:04:02 from Villagrove Reese Vandeventer. In 2nd place with a time of 5:03:69 from Mount Prospect St. Raymond Emmett Voiles. And your 2026 Class 2A 7th grade boys 1600 meter run champion with a state winning time of 4:52:89 from Knoxville, Dane Fleischer. Once again, if you were top 8 in any event and you haven't received your medals yet, please report to the awards area. We're going to continue handing out awards here this evening until we've got them all done. This time, we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade girls 100 meter hurdles. In 7th place with a time of 17:38 from Leroy Campbell Tubbs. In 6th place with a time of 17:27 from Rock Falls Carissa Bogut. In 5th place with a time of 17:02 from Hayworth Sammy Trost. In 4th place with a time of 16:96 from Springfield Christian Ellie Kilbrew. In 3rd place with a time of 16:38 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara Adelaide Bedford. In 2nd place with a time of 16:32 from Springfield Rosie Maurer. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 100 meter hurdles with a state winning time of 15:82, folks. From Carthage, Peyton Blue. All right. Direct your attention back to the middle stand here. This time we're going to present our awards for our Class 1A, 2A girls 100 meter dash wheelchair finalists. In 2nd place with a time of 38:67 from LaSalle, Bryn Grilk. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A, 2A champion in the girls 100 meter dash wheelchair finals with a state winning time of 29:64 from Argenta Orienta. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Emma Six. And now let's turn our attention to the medal stand as we present our state championship medal, folks, for our state champion for the Class 1A, 2A IESA Boys 100 meter dash wheelchair finals. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for a 23:11 from Marquette, Blake Reynolds. All right. This time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. In 8th place, with a time of 17 flat from Toledo, Cumberland, Tyson Miles. In 7th place, with a time of 16.99 from Wonder Lake, Christian Dagans. In 6th place, with a time of 16.77 from Naperville, Drew Benton. In 5th place, with a time of 16.42 from Altamont, Preston Croning. In 4th place, with a time of 16.36 from Winchester, Wayne Bruns. In 3rd place, with a time of 16.21 from Bunker Hill, Carson Trim. In 2nd place, with a time of 16.08 from Stronghurst, Wyatt Goff. And your 2026 Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles with a state winning time of 15.90 from Riverdale, Demontre Enos. All right, this time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finalists here. In 8th place, with a time of 20.49 from Peoria, Norwood, Anthony Maple Martin. In 7th place, with a time of 18.14 from Normal Epiphany, Asher Craig. In 6th place, with a time of 17.95 from Grand Ridge, Zane Picado. In 5th place, with a time of 17.45 from Milledgeville, Chadwick, Cashton Johnson. In 4th place, with a time of 17.33 from Danville, Schlarman, Elijah Brown. In 3rd place, with a time of 17.26 from Inverness Holy Family, Rohan Kotak. In 2nd place, with a time of 16.82 from Lincoln West, Lincoln Broadwell, Colby Bowman. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 110-meter hurdles with a state winning time of 15.48 from Greenfield, Clinton Dowland. All right, this time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles finals. In 8th place, with a time of 19.63 from Pekin Rankin, Jacob Tonget. In 7th place, with a time of 19.19 from LaSalle, Dylan Grzybowski. In 6th place, with a time of 19.05 from Galva, Jax Williams. In 5th place, with a time of 18.61 from Springfield, Zeus Cabrera. In 4th place, with a time of 18.46 from Ladd, Chase Rafe. In 3rd place, with a time of 18.36 from Greenfield, Garrett Twitchell. In 2nd place, with a time of 18.21 from Champaign, David Surratt. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles with a state winning time of 17.03 from Normal Epiphany, Joey Cruz Bucio. All right, this time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles winners. In 7th place, with a time of 18:69 from Decatur, TJ Cox. In 6th place, with a time of 18:53 from Peoria St. Philomena, Ben Garland. In 5th place, with a time of 18:43 from Nauvoo-Calusa, Colton Schmitz. In 4th place, with a time of 18:22 from Brownstown, Gunnar Meinhardt. In 3rd place, with a time of 17:52 from Chicago Old St. Mary's, Mason Miller. In 2nd place, with a time of 17:29 from Moments, Peyton Frank. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 110-meter hurdles with a state winning time of 16:92 from Argenta, Oriana, Carson Jorgensen. All right, we're keep going here. This time, we're going to recognize our athletes for the Class 1A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash. In 8th place, with a time of 14:39 from Lincoln West, Piper Craig. In 7th place, with a time of 14:22 from Springfield Christ the King, Emily Van Houten. In 6th place, with a time of 14:19 from Fort Heights, London Linson. In 5th place, with a time of 14:17 from Morris Nettle Creek, Honor Montgomery. In 4th place, with a time of 14:11 from St. Charles, Charlotte Tasinski. In 3rd place, with a time of 14:10 from Dallas City, Alexandra Miller. In 2nd place, with a time of 13:97 from Chicago, Izzy Linguinati. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade girls 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 13:42 from Springfield, Mia Woods. All right, this time we're going to recognize, we'll get them set up here, our Class 1A 7th grade boys 100-meter dash finalists. In 8th place with a time of 13:70 from Peoria, Darren Weeks. In 7th place with a time of 13:44 from Oblong, Brett Lockhart. In 6th place with a time of 13:32 from Plainfield St. Mary, Iwanosa Ogbomo. In 5th place with a time of 13:18 from Payson Seymour, Noah Hayden. In 4th place with a time of 13:15 from Kinderhook Western, Gage Webb. In 3rd place with a time of 13:12 from Carrollton St. John, Gavin Cox. In 2nd place with a time of 13:09 from Lincolnchester, Cruz Komnick. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 7th grade boys 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 13:05 from Fort Heights, Deonta Lynch. All right, now to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade girls 100-meter dash finalists. In 8th place with a time of 13:87 from Jacksonville ISD's Anaya Greer. In 7th place with a time of 13:64 from Chicago, Evelyn Cecilia. In 6th place with a time of 13:63 from Normal Epiphany, Kiera Foster. In 5th place with a time of 13:36 from Milledgeville, Chadwick, Callie Shriver. In 4th place with a time of 13:31 from Newark, Lisbon, Maya Wisa. In 3rd place with a time of 13:26 from Neoga, Bliss Bear. In second place with a time of 13:23 from Elwood, Malia Bullock. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade girls 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 13:10 from Morton Blessed Sacrament, Leah Duffy. This time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 7th grade boys 100-meter dash finalists. In 8th place with a time of 13:50 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Devin Williams. In 7th place with a time of 12:83 from Winona Fieldcrest, Tanner West. In 6th place with a time of 12:77 from Elmhurst, Daryl Steele. In 5th place with a time of 12:62 from Altamont, Easton Caraway. In 4th place with a time of 12:60 from Chicago Old St. Mary's, Mason Miller. In 3rd place with a time of 12:58 from Glen Ellen, Penn Peter. In 2nd place with a time of 12:46 from Rock Falls, Jackson Vance. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade boys 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 12:33 from Bismarck Henning, Ethan Giles. All right, this time we'll let him get set up here. All right, here we go. This time we're going to recognize our Class 1A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash finals. In 8th place with a time of 12:67 from Gardner Cash Olson. In 7th place with a time of 12:48 from Pekin Rankin Hayes Ingram. In 6th place with a time of 12:44 from Bloomington Bram Chapman. In 5th place with a time of 12:28 from Kelowna Alexander Page. In 4th place with a time of 12:27 from Inverness Holy Family Dave Alcanjari. In 3rd place with a time of 12:16 from Peoria Norwood Anthony Maple Martin. In 2nd place with a time of 12:05 from Peoria St. Jude Paxton Strader. And your 2026 IESA Class 1A champion in the 8th grade boys 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 11:83 from Findlay Okaw Valley, Carter Purcell. All right, we'll let these ladies get set up here. All right, this time we're going to recognize our Class 2A 8th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. Here we go in 7th place with a time of 13:86 from Lena Winslow, Gia Schlichting. In 6th place with a time of 13:83 from Grays Lake, Sylvie Panic. In 5th place with a time of 13:61 from Oakland Lake Crest, Briar Cummins. In 4th place with a time of 13:47 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Adelaide Bedford. In 3rd place with a time of 13:26 from Carthage, Peyton Blue. In 2nd place with a time of 13:11 from Rockford Christian, Sarah Carden. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade girls 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 13:10 from Champaign St. Matthew, Emma Kaufman. right, your attention back to the medal stand for the Class 2A 7th grade girls 100-meter dash finals. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 14 flat from Erie, Casey Temple. In 7th place with a time of 13:86 from Peoria St. Philomena, Vivian Pierce. In 6th place with a time of 13:80 from East St. Louis, Delilah Rogers. In 5th place with a time of 13:76 from Peoria Heights, Alana Walker. In 4th place with a time of 13:69 from Paris Crestwood, Maggie Beecher. In 3rd place with a time of 13:65 from Joliet Laraway to Asia Washington. In 2nd place with a time of 13:34 from Decatur Robertson, London Bean. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 7th grade girls 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 13:29 from Kankakee Bishop McNamara, Jordan Lewis. All right, I think I know which one this is because I got one sheet left and one set of boys here. Jonathan, I'm guessing this is the Class 2A 8th grade boys 100-meter dash, right? He's giving me a thumbs up. Boys are giving me a thumbs up. Here we go. In 8th place with a time of 12:67 from Toulon Stark County, Edward Bickett. In 7th place with a time of 12:60 from Altamont, Hayden Vatetto. In 6th place with a time of 12:50 from Chicago, Cole Smith. In 5th place with a time of 12:50 from Evanston, Grant Wu. In 4th place with a time of 12:49 from Riverdale, DeMontre Enos. In 3rd place with a time of 12:10 from Normal Metcalf, Gavin Schramm. In 2nd place with a time of 12:09 from Whitehall, Fabian Grisby. And your 2026 IESA Class 2A champion in the 8th grade boys 100-meter dash with a state winning time of 12:05 from Prophetstown, Andon Kochever. All right, ladies and gentlemen, that wraps us up here for this evening. Safe evening this evening. Safe travels home or to your wherever you are going to stay this evening. We will see you bright and early tomorrow morning. Competitor gate opens at 7. Gate for the general public opens at 7:30. Parade of athletes at 8:20. And our field events and our events on the track begin at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Have a great evening. Stay safe.
I'm just a chill guy. I just like to take it easy.